Stuart, are you chairing?
I am, yeah.
Okay. At times I may drift off just from a video standpoint. I'm in my kitchen and I haven't had lunch yet, so I may start cooking lunch as we're working through this. So if my video drops, that's what's going on.
Couldn't you say you were another important business or something?
No, I went. Yeah, no. I have to be honest. I'm just trying to eat.
So just don't eat some incredibly delicious looking, filet mignon in front of us.
Okay. Yes, I ordered in from Chris Ruth.
Oh, good. Hey, Cynthia.
Okay, so I do have it streaming live now, so we are ready to go anytime that you're ready to go. I'm just going to admit one more person into the room. They're calling by phone. So just a moment here. So who do I have on the phone that has just been let into the meeting? Hello? Oh. Who is this on the phone? The last three digits are 673. Okay. So I'm going to remove the person on the phone just because I can't identify them.
Okay.
Okay.
They might need to know to press *6 to unmute.
They are unmuted. It's just that they're not speaking, so I'm not sure who it is. The meeting is streaming live on our website if they would like to speak or like to listen to the meeting. Okay, so we're all ready to go whenever you are.
Great. All right. Well, I'll call this meeting to order then at 1 o'clock on November 2nd. Just start with an acknowledgement that we're meeting on the shared traditional lands of the Coast Salish people. And if I could, I'd like to get a motion to approve the agenda. Okay. Mayor Martin, moved by Mayor Martin. I probably don't need seconders, so I won't call any. Any opposition? Any in opposition, please raise a hand. Seeing none, I'll declare that adopted. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes of the Finance and Governance Committee of July 13, 2020? Councillor Kobayashi. Any in opposition? Seeing none, I declare those adopted. Public participation. I don't believe we have any public participation, do we, Amanda?
We do not.
Okay, then I won't tell them what they can't talk about. Okay, now into the meat of the business, the new business. Council expectations and established service levels for each city delivered program and service. I'm going to ask Mr. Earl to introduce this topic, if he would.
Thank you, Chair Parkinson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
For the purpose of the service review process and today's meeting, and the first of 4 service review meetings, is to go through each of the services that we've got listed as part of this process, and to help better connect Council's expectations to our program and service delivery. The intent is the service review process would be enabled each year in advance of the budget process and would help inform the budget. It's likely that we're going to get better at this process each year. And so I would suggest to committee that we give ourselves latitude to not be perfect this first time and this first day, and that recognize that the decisions that you make today are just forming a draft document, and that committee and then council will have opportunity to amend that draft document at the end of the process with any improvements that you deem fit at that point. For each of the areas that we'll be looking at, and the areas today are the building inspections area, the bylaw enforcement area, the fire rescue service, the emergency planning service, and community planning or long-range planning and sustainability. For each of those 4 areas, we'll be seeking committee involvement in amending and approving the successes and challenges areas, the council expectations areas, helping us determine a specific priority for 2021. And at the end of that, for each of those areas mentioned, providing broad and high-level direction on whether the service level in this area should be maintained, increased, or decreased relative to the draft 2021 service budget. Does committee have any questions?
Okay, seeing no hands, I think we're ready. Are we going to start with a presentation or just dive into the written material, Mr. Earl?
So for each of the areas, staff will begin with the presentation, and then we'll seek specific direction. And so the first presentation that we have today is the building inspection service review. And I'll turn it over to James.
Good, thank you.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me fine from where I'm at?
Yes, we can.
Great. Just want to start off with a brief introduction and just to tell the committee that I do have my teams here. If you wish to ask any of them a question directly, I have Flo Picula and Byron Grant here, who are our building officials. So please feel free to ask them any questions you may have in addition to myself. The city's building inspection department consists of 2 full-time building officials and 1 part-time building official. We handle all of the building permit applications and inspections for the city of Colwood, ranging from high-rise buildings to sun deck replacements and the plumbing and sprinkler systems that would be involved with them. We've had several challenges, as has everyone in the world really this year with the COVID-19. We were expecting somewhat of a downturn in our building and building permit application activity, but we actually saw an upswing in that of 17% comparing our second quarter this year to last year. But perhaps some of this is attributable to that we were not shut down. We continued to provide services within the directions of the provincial health authorities, and have been able to maintain the level of service that our clients and citizens have become accustomed to over the years. And we're on track to probably meet our building permit application expectations that we set up in the budget of last year. Q3 has seen a bit of a dip in activity, and it seemed that was just a wave building. In the beginning of Q4, we have quite a few building permit applications that we're contending with, so much so that some of our staff are putting in a bit of extra time to get those reviewed and processed. You can see on the tables that we provided, we've split it down into building activity forecasts for Royal Bay and then the city on the whole. And as you can see, we're expecting approximately 257 dwelling units next year, building permit applications for them, along with the 9,200 square meters of commercial and retail space in Royal Bay. We expect there to be about 60 applications for dwelling units for the rest of the city, but along with the 9,520 square meters of commercial retail space, and that would be Seaspan and Allendale in that. Looking forward to 2022, Royal Bay will continue with 149 dwelling units and 1,900 square meters of commercial retail space. But we've also set aside the museum on its own as 15,000 square meters of space there. Development will, we're estimating that development, the rest of Colwood will see around 250 permit applications for dwelling units coming in, along with 5,100 square meters of commercial retail space. So it's giving us a fairly good feel of what we're dealing with insofar as the department is concerned. We've got our finance laid out our revenue expectations and our expense expectations as well for you to consider. And we'd like to invite you to confirm your expectations of the team and discuss that in a bit more detail with us, if you please. Some of the successes we'd like to point out are maintaining the average 5-day turnaround from receipt of an application to issuance of a building permit for standard buildings. And this, by standard buildings, we mean things like single-family dwellings, not necessarily large multifamily buildings. Those are actual defined terms in our building bylaw, standard building, and then what would be otherwise called a complex building. We've worked with the school district contractors and professionals to get the Royal Bay High School open on time, their new addition completed in time for the beginning of the school year. It's something that our team is quite proud of, and our efforts were greatly appreciated by the school district, the architect, and the construction companies working on the project. As I mentioned in the preamble, we have kept our business operations at pre-COVID levels during the pandemic to make sure that we continue to offer the economic activity to the development community and the citizens of Colwood that they are accustomed to. Some challenges have come up as we've moved through 2019 and 2020. We have an unupdatable permit application system and an overall municipal business process system that will need updating. Part of that system will reconnect us with some of the other departments, in particular engineering and planning, with requirements for individual properties. We intend on engaging in a review of the building bylaw every 5 years in concurrence with the issuance of new editions of the building code by the province to make sure that we are current and able to maintain and provide the service levels that the community needs. Ensuring that the building section is postured to contend with the demands of growth in Colwood is a challenge. We're hoping that reliance on digital plan review and online building permit applications will help carry us through. Employing technology and streamlining responses, communications, and record keeping will also assist in this. Some of our 2020 priorities: speedy turnaround of permit applications. And in spite of the dearth of applications we've had literally in the past 2 weeks and 3 weeks, we are maintaining that. And replacement of our retired building official, Brian Husband, and the hiring process and recruitment process begins in earnest on Wednesday with our first interview. Some of the 2021 priorities that we foresee, and by all means, the committee should advise us on this. Review of the building bylaw and determine if updating is required. It is our opinion that it is. Initiate a digital permit application and plan review system, once again in hopes of maintaining the service levels that our clientele have become accustomed to. And review our departmental capability to meet the challenge of a large amount of development anticipated for next year. And implementation of the Energy Step Code for buildings, which I'm hoping that council will have that bylaw in front of them by the end of the year. And if you wish to ask us any questions, or add anything, please do so.
If I might, Chair Parkinson, if I might. So the idea with each of these is that, given this is the first year we've done this, staff have taken the liberties of creating what we believe council's expectations to be in this area. You can see those expectations listed 1 through 6. These are draft, and we are hopeful that council will amend and or delete and or make whatever changes you deem necessary. We're also interested in committee adding to the successes area or adding to the challenges and opportunities area. We're hopeful that committee will identify 1 or perhaps 2, but not more than 1 or 2 of the priorities for the coming year, and then provide us direction as to whether or not our overall level of service in building inspection be maintained, increased, or decreased. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Earl. Okay, well, just before we get into this, obviously we have a whole whack of this stuff coming at us, not only this week, but the next following 3 weeks, I believe. So I'm going to try and keep a sort of standardized process by cutting it into little pieces all the time. And if I waver off that, you can give me heck. But I'd like to sort of introduce sort of one of the sub recommendations, if you like, for discussion. When it seems like we're getting close on some kind of consensus, then I'll look for a motion, and then we'll move on to the second sort of sub recommendation and see if we can organize it in that fashion to keep things flowing fairly evenly. So what I'm hoping we're going to start on here is that the section on successes and challenges and opportunities within the building review. So let's see if we can come to some agreement there, and then we'll move on from that to the council expectations. So I have Councillor Day, Councillor Kobayashi, and Councillor Baxter wishing to speak. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I guess I needed to hear your direction for the meeting beforehand, so I guess we will get better at this. Looking at the 2 areas that you have asked for feedback on, I am concerned just with the disconnection under challenges and opportunities. And I don't disagree that is certainly a challenge that has been addressed before. It's, we're a big, and it is hard to connect them all. And with that said, I think it is really critical that we do connect. So there's a lot of overlap between different departments, all kind of working towards the goals that are laid out in our OCP. For example, no net runoff from stormwater, and those types of goals. So we need to identify as a challenge and an opportunity, identifying those areas of overlap and identifying a solution to address it. So that would be, I guess, my first one that I thought of that I have written in my notes is that, where development is occurring and we know there's some risk that is being mitigated through planning or bylaw, then we need to have some sort of a system where we're checking up to make sure that the things we were worried about happening are not happening. So I think that has to go across several departments in order for that to happen, including building inspector is going to be there looking at something. So he should also just have a look at what else is going on the site where risks have been identified. So to increase that communication.
I can speak to that right now if you'd like, Councillor Day.
I'm sorry?
I can speak to that right now if you'd like, Councillor Day.
Thank you.
We have a weekly development review meeting with engineering, and my staff are going to participate in those meetings to discuss the very issues that you brought forward. As a matter of fact, building official we have here, Byron Grant, identified a situation on site where developers were deviating from the storm management plan that had been put in place and agreed to as part of the subdivision, and proposed and reviewed by the engineering department. And Byron has worked with the developer to make sure that they're back on track. And also moving forward in the future, when we go to our municipal business process systems, by virtue of the connectivity that offers us, we will be able to move forward with a development, providing concise information and requirements down to each level, from the actual planning phase to engineering to building, and with a potential to review back and require approval back on the plans that are submitted, so that a very formal system of checks and balances will be in place as part of that system we're looking at.
If I could just continue on that commentary. So council has already approved a budget for land management software. Administration is in the process of finalizing the request for proposal document to move that forward. That particular piece of software is the exact tool that we need to fix the disconnect on individual properties between our building function, our engineering function, and our planning function.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all right, Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through the chair, just some questions I have. I just clarify this in my own head right now. I see the revenues far exceed the operating expenses. I didn't think we were allowed to make profits. So what do we do with the excesses? That's question number one. My second question is the average 5-day turnaround from receipt of application to issuance of a building permit. It sounds really good to me. Is that sort of the sort of standard that you try to achieve, or is it 72 hours? Is it 48 hours? That's my second question. And the last one, and it actually applies right across the board to all the services that I looked at, is that the one thing that we don't get to see is a rough order of magnitude of what the cost and the man hours are to execute these priorities. You know, because every time what it seems like, I mean, this is just my perception, is that we have these discussions, and then, you know, it gets applied, and then we get this big surprise when it comes to budget time, because all of a sudden we need all these extra people and all these extra dollars, and we don't know about that going in. So my question is, can we not in future with these priorities just have rough order magnitude of what the cash dollars are and what the man hour implications are, i.e. you have X number of staff right now, how many more do you need? So that would be an absolutely great way of doing these. Anyways, that's my questions.
Thank you to Councillor Kobayashi. I will answer questions 1 and 3 and turn it over to James for question 2. Question 1, it flows through to our capital reserves. Question 3, the intent of the high-level budgets that are included in this document, and for example, in the building inspection document, we're showing 501,100 in expenses. And so that is the order of magnitude expenses relative to the council expectations for delivery in this area. You are correct that in this particular area, our fees more than offset our expenses. And so there is excess fee, and those fees flows through to our capital reserves. Administration will go through a process each year to take a look at our fees to ensure that we're not under or over collecting, and we will include the building permit fees in that process. With respect back to question 3, so in this first year, we're including a high level look at what was included in the 2019 actuals, 2020 budget, and 2021 budget. In future years, we will include FTE counts in that. As committee is aware, these expenses include wage expenses, materials, contracted equipment, and so on. And so we will add more precision in future years, including an FTE count. But the idea is that for this level of service, as described by these expectations, the expense listed in this document is intended to capture that amount. And question 2, I'll throw it back to James.
The 5-day turnaround is one of the best in the region. And frankly, Councillor, our clients rely on that. Their planning is based on our ability to quickly process their permit applications. And it's something that the entire department takes very seriously and strives very hard to achieve. So our expectation is we're going to maintain that for standard buildings moving forward. For complex buildings, we'll review them as quickly as possible for the very same reasons.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations and great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kobayashi. Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, remind me, what was the first part of your direction there as far as what we're discussing?
Yeah, we're just, we're going to try to break these big motions down into their components. So we're going to start with successes and challenges and opportunities section of the report.
So sounds good. And this might bleed a little, and I think it may have already been touched on, but it concerns me that we're largely relying on a paper-based system, which by my account is what it looks like. And I would hope that we're moving to an electronic kind of format. Now, will this be consistent with the same platform that we're building for the planning department, James or Robert?
Yes, the idea, Councillor, is that we'll all be using the very same system. And as you're anticipating, the efficiencies in that can't be understated.
And does this dovetail then into a proper records management system so we don't have staff having to pull paper 20 years later?
Absolutely correct. Part of this is we're going to be storing permit records, development records with whoever the purveyor is of our land-based management system, but we'll also have our open text records management system right parallel to it for everything else, actually.
So that's sorry, that conceivably we're heading for a system that would be electronic from beginning to end, from initial application through to final inspection.
That is correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I see it's already in the list of 2021 priorities, but it said digital application system. So my concern was that it wouldn't. And I'd hate to see us have to purchase standalone software for inspections and then make that fit with the planning department after the fact. So I'm keen to hear that it's all fitting together. Thank you.
I think that's what we heard. Sounds like staff's way ahead of us on that one. So thank you. Anything else, Councillor Jansen? Okay. I think you're hiding behind my list of hands here.
Sorry, I did shake my head, but thank you.
Sorry, I got a big list of names here in front of me. It chose you to block out. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, I'm unclear. We appear to be talking about the first 2 pages about cost as well. Is that right?
I think perhaps you could do that under successes and challenges. Yes.
Okay, good. It seems to me that we want to reduce the burden on the taxpayer as much as possible. So I just want to be sure that when we're comparing these costs to fee income, that we're including every cost that we can include, and I don't believe the the law is specific on that point in the cost of running a building inspection section. So, for instance, there are departments that provide services to the building department, such as finance and employee relations,
Michael,
HR. Yeah.
Michael, at the risk of being rude,
Yeah.
you know, we got a huge stack of
Yeah.
stuff to do here. I think those points are incredibly relevant, and we've heard from the CAO that he's going to come back with perhaps some adjustments to fees and how they would do. And I think that's the time perhaps to delve into, are we sure the fees are covering all the costs? Don't mean to cut you off, but I am.
Well, I wanted to put that on the table, and if staff feels it needs a reply, that's fine. And if they don't, because they're going to take all that into account, great too.
Yep.
But I wanted to put it on the table and make sure we were expanding the idea of cost as much as we can reasonably do.
Yeah, thank you, because I need to stress that one of the things that we're doing here is letting the staff hear our unfiltered comments. So I don't want to stop them, but let's not get too much off track. I see Jen Hepting has raised her hand, and I bet she's going to have something to say to your point, Michael. Jen?
Jen here, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So through the chair. So just for purposes of the conversation today, the costs that you see before you in each of the service areas, those are direct costs. So there has not been an application of overhead. So for example, administrative costs in permit fee collection, for example, those have not been incorporated. And that is something that will form part of the larger conversation in understanding permit fees and associated costs.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jen, and thank you for the point, Michael. Obviously, it's a relevant one. Did you have anything else? Michael, don't just shake your hand. You're behind.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, no, I don't have anything else. No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Next, I have Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just one real quick question to James or to Robert, and this is just about labor. And so I'm highly supportive of the 5-day turnaround. I think that's a reasonable period of time, and I would hope that we would aspire to continue to do that. My question to you is for 2020, 2021, and 2022, with the amount of development that's happening at Allendale, plus Olympic View, plus Royal Bay, plus Royal Beach, plus Colwood Corners, plus, do we have enough labor in place to achieve those goals?
May I answer?
Yes.
So administration, as part of the upcoming budget process, will take a look at our best forecast in terms of our expectations on development applications, and we will adjust both the revenue expectations and the expense expectations. If we believe that we're going to see expectations beyond what we thought a year ago, then yes, you will see increased revenues, but you will also see increased expenses as we forecast greater labor costs.
So just as a follow-up, Chair, if I may, just as a follow-up. So I'm, Robert, I'm getting a little confused just from a concept of labor. And the reason I bring that up is labor has normally been a decision based from council, and council working through the budgetary process will decide on how much labor we have, rather than adjusting sort of say midterm to the environment. We have in past tried to anticipate what our labor needs will be, and I guess I'm curious about how is that being presented to us from a council standpoint around staffing levels, because it suggests to me that you're going to be making the decisions on staffing levels based on the income that's being generated from the fees needed, and whereas in past it has been a council decision based on the budget. So I'm interested in understanding those two different philosophies.
It will be no different. So the process that we're going through today will inform the budget process, as will in this particular area are expectations on the volume of permitting, and then therefore the expenses needed. Council will deliberate the budget as you do normally, and part of that deliberation will include labor costs. And so ultimately that will be council's decision. But for example, we're going through this process today. If committee and council had said 5-day turnaround is too slow, we need 2-day turnaround, then administration would take that information and come back at budget with a different labor cost that would achieve a 2-day turnaround. And conversely, if you wanted to go with a 10-day turnaround, we could do that in reverse. Ultimately, those decisions are council's, and you'll make them at budget time.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Chair. It was a bit of my anticipation that we would be talking about these things today, which would color the decisions around labor. But I'm happy to allow us to just talk philosophically, and then we can talk labor when we get into budget. My questions are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. First, I'm really impressed at the direction that the department is taking and the improvements that have been made over the last little bit, and achieving a 5-day turnaround is quite impressive. Question, and it kind of leads into the priorities, the electrifying the permitting system and getting rid of paper. James, do you expect those efficiencies to either translate into a bit of a cost savings for an applicant, or a reduction in turnaround time in processing the application?
Through Councillor Logan, through the chair, the efficiencies that you would develop through an electronic or digital application system would probably do both. You're saving time on the part of the applicant, because the objective is that they would apply for their building permits through a portal, and just sitting from their desk rather than hopping in the car or hiring a courier to bring the entire package down. They'd be able to achieve submittal of the application from their place of work without having to do anything. We would receive it instantly and know if the application was complete. They have to check, have a checklist basically as part of the application process. Then that would be received and processed by staff and turned around in order of receipt. So if time is money, then yes, we will be saving them money.
Great, and actually you hit the nail right on the head, James. Time is money, especially from a builder's point of view, or even a homeowner's point of view, trying to build on a lot and carrying a mortgage and that sort of jazz. So thank you for that. I'm just wondering, does the department kind of do an environmental scan every once in a while to see how we measure up to other communities, recognizing that this is a bit of a competitive market, in terms of efficiencies, costs, that sort of jazz?
Yes, we do. We like to get a feel for what our neighboring jurisdictions are doing and how they're handling their business. As far as I have been given to understand so far, we are at the leading edge of providing good service to our clientele. And some other jurisdictions, maybe not so much. I heard the story of an Up Island jurisdiction taking 60 to 90 days for a simple renovation permit. And frankly, that's not going to happen on our watch.
That's fantastic to hear, James. And I guess under expectations, then I would say my expectation certainly is if you see your department experiencing a significant uptick and the need for plan reviews, permits, etc., that we staff up even temporarily to maintain our level of service so we can push those permits through. So I hope for that level of dialogue. If we do see that uptick, that you can feel free enough to come to council or whatnot to look for some additional resources. But well done, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logan. Okay, so I have hands in the air from Councillor Jansen and Mayor Martin. I think they've both forgotten to lower theirs. They may want to speak again. Councillor Day was down and is now up, so I will give her a chance to speak again. For myself, on this section, my notes were the was the concern about the unupdatable permit application system and the disconnect with engineering and planning requirements. Now, we did certainly, I think we've heard loud and clear the disconnect with engineering and planning requirements is on its way out. And hopefully that's the case for the unupdatable permit application. Will that be part of this new system as well, Mr. Nyhus?
Yes, it is. We have a system currently that has not been provided updates from the purveyor for 2 cycles now. And part of what the municipal business systems review that we're going through is going to be looking at a system by which it is updatable and configurable within house, and thereby achieving some more savings. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Day, and then I'll be looking for something to wrap this up.
Great, thank you. So I was trying to follow the rules, and my last point is in regard to the priorities. So that was why I didn't mention it before. But one of the issues that has come to council's attention by way of a news story on Check 6 News a couple of years ago is the adequacy of our access design standards. Now, I looked into it at that time, and what I was told by staff in the planning department was that with the building code, we are only allowed to enforce the code as it is. We're not allowed to go over and above the code for the province. And currently, the code has kind of a tick the box approach to accessibility. So you may recall the news story was about the hotel on Whale Road and the access issues for a father with a son with a disability. And that by the time you parked in the accessible spot, it wasn't accessible to get in and out of the vehicle to the business. So in examining that, there's a considerable challenge in that we need to find a way to encourage development to look carefully at how their accessibility standards turn out based on having ticked all the boxes that we're supposed to tick in the building code and actually having a functional system where someone with a disability can use the spaces that have been provided for them. So I just wanted to address that because I think it's not anyone's fault. It's kind of a place where the system doesn't mesh well together. And I just am hopeful that we can come up with some sort of workaround between planning, engineering, and building inspection, where when we tick the box, we actually end up with a plan that's functional.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Mr. Nyhus, you want a quick comment on that?
Sure. Presently, we are going through the parking bylaw update where standards for accessible parking and access to buildings will be addressed. Flo, would you like to speak to the building permit end?
Well, if I might, I'd like to go back to the disabled parking issue at the hotel, which was a very unfortunate incident. But as it turns out, the handicap spaces that were provided by the code, required by the code, were provided. The ramp that this individual was unable to access was a convenience ramp put in by the restaurant to bring food supplies to stock freezers. So that ramp was not a code requirement, it was a convenience ramp. And unfortunately, it sort of got cast in a light that it was required ramp, and in fact it was not.
Can I jump in?
Please.
Councillor Day, it's Ian Burhill here. If council may recall that this episode spurred change with respect to how we're looking at accessible parking spaces As Mr. Nahhouse noted, we are looking at a significant upgrade to what's the minimum required by code in terms of what we'll be proposing to council as upgrades. That will sit in a standalone parking bylaw. We also talked subsequent to this specific episode as to how we can better look at parking through development permit process. I know that the entire team gave pause to working closely with the building inspectors and development planners to make sure that we're looking for these types of issues that crop up despite the fact we are meeting the building code requirements.
And I can speak to the building code itself and what you touched on earlier, Councillor. We cannot legally enact a bylaw which has requirements in excess of those which are in the building code. And this would be in reference to the limitations given upon us by the Building Act. So things that do not directly affect or would be a restricted matter under the building code could be addressed by the means that Mr. Boorhill has laid out for you.
And Chair Parkinson,
Yes.
from a process perspective, it would be the intention of staff on this example to capture in the challenges comments adequacy of access design standards in the document. And so that will form part of the final document. Whether a challenge becomes actionable either through a priority or through a council expectation is that next stage. But at a minimum, we will capture that information, and so it forms part of the draft.
So I think I'm about ready to receive a motion to put the successes and challenges and opportunities to bed. Should we add that language into the motion, or will it automatically get in there?
It has already automatically been captured. If you seek a motion right now to adopt the successes and challenges / opportunity sections as they have been amended today, it will be in there.
I think Mr. Jansen wants to say that. Councillor Jansen?
Yeah, thanks. I'll move that motion. I was going to add some language, but it sounds like that's been done. The motion as described by Mr. Earl, but also the issue of the increase or decrease to services, I would suggest that this is one I think we all heard is easily maintained.
Well, we'll get to the increase and decrease in services later, so just stick to the successes and challenges sections here.
Sounds good. I'm happy to make the motion as described by Mr. Earl there.
Okay, Amanda, you good with that?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Anybody wish to speak to that motion? Anybody in opposition? So then I say that's been passed. So the next we want to talk about the council expectations for the Building Services Department. We have that at the top of the page there. I don't think I haven't got any notes added from our previous conversation. Anybody?
Excuse me, Councillor Parkinson.
Yes,
Did someone move the motion originally?
Councillor Jansen did.
Councillor Johnson, thank you.
Yeah, and there was no opposition to it. So now we're on to council expectations. We have a list of 1 to 6 in front of us. We've discussed successes and challenges. Anybody wish to speak to the council expectations section? I see Councillor Kobayashi.
I was just going to move adoption of it, so. But I see someone else wants to discuss it, so.
Okay, so maybe we'll come back to you if I could, Councillor. Councillor Day?
Thank you. I was just going to move a motion as well, so that's fine.
I guess I will ask whether we should be including some language about the getting the new software up and running, that we would expect that to happen within the 12-month process. I think, certainly it's one of the challenges, and we can see the issues with not having it running. So would it make sense for council to expect that to be fully operational within 12 months? And I'm going to give you a chance, Mr. Nihas, or somebody on staff to say, oh my God, that's too fast or too slow or something. But apart from that, I might look for have that added as an expectation.
Chair Parkinson,
Mr.
might
Yes.
I offer a possible amendment?
Certainly.
So the idea of expectations is that they're not temporal in general, and that they would kind of stand the test of time. So could an expectation around the use of technology to improve, or technology is leveraged to improve efficiency and effectiveness in this department as an alternate, rather than updating our software within the next year?
Yes, you could. Okay. I see Mr. Molnar has his hand up. Is that the same, you have the same point there, Mr. Molnar? Or go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parkinson, through the chair. This is the first time, all I would say is that we've endeavored to go through this process, and it will take a tremendous amount of staff time that until we get into it, we won't know. So sticking with Mr. Earl's explanation, I've got nothing more to add than we're going to shoot for it. Thank you.
Okay. Back to you then. Oh, I see a couple of hands up. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a fan of some robust timelines. We've had a discussion recently at recent meetings that some things are left unfinished, and some focus on achieving, some of this software, something reasonable. I would appreciate anyways, so that we can maybe start putting some of these things to bed.
So, Chair Parkinson?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Earl.
If I could comment again, if council is particularly desirous to see a change in any of these areas, and for example, a change in this area and moving forward with this software implementation, then adding that as a 2021 priority would see us focus on that in the coming year.
Okay. All right. Then I would look for a motion on council expectations if everybody's happy with the way they're written there at present, recognizing that we'll probably put something in the 2021 priority about the software implementation. I have Councillor Kobayashi and Councillor Kobayashi. You're muted, Doug. Doug, you're on mute.
I was just making the motion, Councillor Parkinson.
Thank you. Councillor Day, your hand is up. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Is the motion that the service level in building inspections be maintained?
Industry leading turnaround time on permit processing, I think would be the item that covered that.
Sorry, Councillor Parkinson?
Yes.
I think Councillor Day is seeking to understand whether or not in this service area you're maintaining, increasing, or decreasing the service level. I think that's a decision that will come after the discussion of council expectations.
That's correct. The final. So again, I know it's confusing and it's our first time through, but we do have the 4 sub recommendations that I'm trying to work through in order. So at present, the one we're talking about is the second one that says, and that the amended council expectations section of the building inspection service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. We would then go to the 2021 priorities and follow that by our expectations on the level of service being maintained or increased. So
what page are you reading from, please?
Okay, so this is in the agenda, page 3 of 42. Where essentially it outlines sort of the process and the mini steps with each of these service areas we're looking at. And trust me, I understand it's cumbersome and painful, but I do believe bit by bit is the way to slice and dice this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Kobayashi, I believe you made the motion, didn't you? Okay. I don't have any hands up. Anybody in opposition to the council expectations motion? Seeing none, that's passed. Okay, so the next section that I'd like us to do is the 2021 priority section of the building inspection service area. And again, there's been a little bit of discussion about perhaps strengthening the implementation of technology solutions in that section. Anybody want to speak to this? Come on, we got a long ways to go. Don't lose focus now, people. Okay. So in the 2021, one of the priorities is to initiate a digital permit application and plan review system. Is that strong enough language in there for everybody? Okay, then I guess I'm ready for a motion to accept it as written in the 2021 priorities. And I have Councillor Jansen. Making the motion. I have Councillor Logan's hand up, but did you want to discuss or just make the motion? Okay. And the motion has been made. Any in opposition? Seeing none, that's passed. Now the final section that I'd be looking for a motion on is that the service level in building inspections be either maintained, increased, or decreased. Who would like to speak to that? Councillor Kobayashi.
I was just going to make the motion that the service level in building inspections be maintained.
Okay. Any discussion?
Until we know differently if when they do all their FTE analysis and all that, the budgets, and if it's, you know, if it's requires more, then I guess we'll bring it up at that point in time. But for now, it's maintained from the information given.
Thank you. I mean, I can't stress enough that we have this painful exercise going on for another few hours today and then 4 more meetings. What we'll end up with is a draft document that will be pretty intense, probably conflicting in a number of ways, and we'll take some polishing to get it right after that. So, so all we can do is make our best guess today and move forward. So Councillor Kobayashi has moved that the service level be maintained. I have Mayor Martin wishing to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So through you to staff, I'm supportive of this motion that Councillor Kobayashi has moved, but I'm just interested in hearing is it realistic to maintain this? And is the competitive environment requiring at all for us to increase our service level? All right, and I believe I already know the answer, but I'd just like to confirm it with staff.
So I guess from staff's perspective, to maintain this service level, if the volume of permits increase, will require an increased number of man hours. And so if council directs us to maintain this service level and administration believes that the volume of permitting is going to increase, then when you see this back at budget, you will see both increased revenues and increased expenses. And those would be needed to maintain the 5-day turnaround service level.
Thank you. So I guess the question though is, with the increased stressors that will be put upon city staff and with new staff coming on, is it still realistic, even with hiring new staff, that this time period is a realistic time period that council can have that expectation on staff?
I think what we're hearing from the team at this point is that we have reason to believe right now, as long as we can ramp up our staff backfill the retiring staff and ramp up as needed, that we will be able to maintain this level of service. If we discover that we're unable to meet that expectation, we would be back in chambers chatting with council. But at this juncture, we believe we are capable of delivering this level of service.
Great, thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I have the motion from Councillor Kobayashi that the service level be maintained. Seeing no hands up, and all of those in opposition, please raise a hand. Seeing none, that motion is passed. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about is bylaw enforcement. in the same painful process. We're going to start with successes and challenges, opportunities, and then work our way through the other 3 mini motions, if I may. Mr. Nyhouse, would you like to introduce this?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The city's bylaw enforcement team consists of 2 regular full-time bylaw enforcement officers together with myself. The hours of service that we provide bylaw enforcement presently are Monday to Friday, 8 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. The bylaw enforcement officers are trained in a variety of conflict resolution and de-escalation techniques, as well as formal training to deal with the parameters of the Community Charter and the Local Government Act. At this time, our objective of achieving bylaw conformance is through voluntary compliance and not the issuance of fines. In most instances where bylaws have been contravened, this is a compliance path that we like to follow, and council can certainly direct us whether to maintain this or if you wish it to change somehow. Generally, bylaw enforcement is reactive. We will respond to complaints that we receive. However, there, as you can see from the chart that we've provided in Schedule A, there are a couple of instances that are proactive, notably parking and unsightly premises. Also in there, you'll see that the municipal ticket information bylaw is technically proactive, but application of it wouldn't be in the same manner as the other bylaws. There are 15 bylaws by which the team enforces. The RCMP also enforce bylaw complaints as they come in after hours, and in some certain circumstances, they'll refer them back to us for follow-up, depending on what they're able to handle at the time and what the nature of the complaint is. You can see in Schedule B the number of complaints that have been handled by our team up until September 28th of this year, and which of the bylaws that they fall under. And wish to point out, you'll see that traffic and highways bylaw has had 140 calls to September 28th. It's by far the largest volume. So council expectations, we'll come back and chat about that a bit more in a bit. But what I'd like to point out are some of our successes. Education of our community to obtain voluntary bylaw conformance. Communication is key to that, and it's something that our bylaw enforcement officers are excellent at. Successful out-of-court settlements where we have bylaw issues of a more serious nature, and the ability to get unsightly premises cleaned up. And in some of these cases, I'd like to just mention to the committee that this involves dealing with people that may be suffering a degree of mental illness. And the degree of sensitivity by which our bylaw enforcement officers deal with these situations is really commendable. We also deal with land uses, notably unregistered secondary suites that must be decommissioned or prompted to achieve the necessary building permits, and unlicensed vehicles being removed from properties. Some of the challenges and opportunities that we have are an unupdatable tracking system, notably what would be the TAB Fusion system. Ultimately, as part of the overall municipal business process review, we're looking at a calls for service-based system that by which residents could register a bylaw complaint through their own portal and categorize that complaint for it to be distributed to the bylaw enforcement team. The system we have now to receive complaints is iCompass, which is really more of a means by which council direction is distributed to the City Hall team. There's difficulty in serving the current tickets that we have under the municipal information ticketing system. In that, in particular with parking tickets, as I stated in a report to committee of the whole a while ago, those need to be served in person wherever the registered owner of the vehicle resides. We also have some old and outdated bylaws that need to be reviewed. And the team would like to undertake that as time allows. There's also the ongoing issue with parking enforcement around schools. We're hoping that if council decides on it, the bylaw notice regulation system will help us a great deal in being able to put some real punch behind warnings that we would give. We intend on employing new technology, as we've stated earlier, in building to streamline responses and our record keeping. Record keeping is particularly critical should we need to go to court or in front of an adjudicator. And having our municipal business process system online, the various ones that we've been looking at initially do have these elements, these modules within them. Persons living in RVs on private property and public spaces is being dealt with insofar as the latter. The council has passed a bylaw prohibiting it, but we still have challenges with people living in RVs on private property that the bylaw enforcement team deals with. The bylaw enforcement team also has been acting as a mediator and an intermediary between the gravel pit operation and the communities adjacent to them with a great deal of success. Our 2020 priorities were dealing with unsightly premises, and there's been a great deal of success in getting that done, and dealing with RV parking on streets. And at the time of writing, there was the bylaw before council, which has since been passed and adopted. Our 2021 priorities are review the bylaw services hours of coverage. And we noticed that calls have gone up from several members of the community for extending that onto weekends, but we would need council direction on that. And as council pointed out, with regards to maintaining building service levels, there are some ramifications around that. Follow through with council's direction for a parking demand management system. And I believe we've had respondents to our RFP that are going to be reviewed within the next 7 days, and we will have that moving forward. And amending our ticketing bylaws for municipal bylaw ticketing offenses to update fines and schedule to be current with reference bylaws. There's a report coming shortly with regards to that. And if adopted, the bylaw notice enforcement regulation. And that is my hopefully brief intro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nijhuis. Okay, so again, just a quick reminder, if we could do this in the order proposed, we'll discuss successes and the opportunities and challenges sections of his report to begin with. Councillor Jansen.
If I may, Chairman, I do have my bylaw team here if
fantastic.
Would like to ask any questions directly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an area that we've discussed as a group, I think multiple times in the last couple of years. At some point, we did discuss about expanding their hours of operation. I believe there's an opportunity here for us to do that. My expectation is that we would achieve some weekend coverage at a minimum during the busy summer months. At the outer end, maybe some kind of weekend coverage throughout the year. This does pose some staffing challenges. I understand that, but I don't believe that this community is actively using the formula that other communities use, which is accessing part-time workers and a list of auxiliary staff. And I believe that it's important. We saw how busy and how many issues we had down at the lagoon this year. And just let alone a regular summer with the number of people that are down there, the parking challenges, the litter challenges, the unethical behavior, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's high time that we move to some weekend coverage as a community. further, whatever we can do, I believe a significant, again, challenge or opportunity, whichever way you look at it, is moving in the direction that Mr. Nyhouse wants to move as far as our municipal enforcement system away from the MTI program. I know we've discussed that and that it is in the works, but I think that is a significant, should be a significant issue for us in this coming year, something that we should work hard to address. Further, we talk about having the RCMP enforce our bylaws after hours. And again, I come back to the fact that they're quite expensive, and we should be mitigating that expense by increasing our portfolio of officers on the weekends so we can deal with some of this in-house. Further to that, if we are expecting the amount of police to do some work for us, again, and I've mentioned it, I'm just reiterating what I've already said to James and to this council, that we need to make it as easy as possible. There's no ticket books, there's no bylaw books, there's nothing that we provide to the amount of police to allow them to enforce our bylaws, unlike other communities do, like Langford, for one. Those are some of my thoughts, and they do fit in under the challenges and opportunities. And I'll throw it back at you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jensen. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'm curious because in looking at the successes, challenges, and opportunities section, and then putting next to that the council expectations, we have preventing damage to the environment very high on our list of priorities, as well as our community standards. But I'm wondering which bylaw addresses those environmental issues.
Through the chair to Councillor Day, notably it would be the urban forest bylaw. We deal with a lot of the tree cutting issues, Councillor.
Right. So the other issue that we have seen come up, and I certainly have been contacted by residents about it, is the release of effluent into the environment. So in one case that was reported to me, an on-site sewage disposal system was released into one of our parks, and they had great difficulty getting any follow-up because the damage was already done. And in another case that council is well aware of, we actually had a developer who had some staff release effluent from an RV also into a park. And obviously a really something that certainly no one would expect in this community, but those types of issues can and do happen. And I think that we need some sort of different tools to deal with that, because the outcome in all three of the cases that I've been made aware of has not been to the benefit of the environment.
Not sure if you got a response to that, Mr. Nyas.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Councillor Day. We are intending to undertake a review of our bylaws. If council directs us, we can certainly look at ones which are geared to protection of the environment and the penalty system by which offenders and egregious offenders may be prosecuted under the Offence Act. That is something that council can certainly direct us to undertake.
Great. Thank you. And just on the successes and challenges, I think that we have had good success in achieving voluntary compliance in a lot of areas, But what I think has been more of a challenge for us is to capture those times and those places where that voluntary compliance is not able to be achieved. For example, when the lagoon was closed for a special event, and people, choose to drive through the barricade regardless of the direction from workers, I observed that there was really no consequence. And, that simply emboldens those types of people who are not going to follow directions. So we do need to have some consequences for people not following the direction of staff where there's a barricade or others. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 questions and a comment. The first question to staff is, can you describe what present philosophy is in regards to urgency? And what I mean by that is somebody calls to complain about something. How urgent are we addressing it if it's occurring in that moment? And that's why they're calling us. Do we respond immediately, or do we respond when staff have the time?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, that would depend on what exactly the bylaw complaint is. For example, if we were to get a complaint that people are cutting trees on the public property, that's something that we would consider a priority. I have a bylaw enforcement officer, McKellar here. Perhaps you'd like to answer the mayor's question?
Yeah, thank you. I think we respond to every complaint as quickly as possible in all circumstances and within the times that we are working. I'm thinking back to a time last summer where Rick and I were summoned down to a site near Portsmouth for some issues, and we were down there within 10 minutes. It wasn't a huge or a super important issue, but we were down there to address it right away. The complainant saw us out there, also engaged with us while we were there, and then took the time about half an hour later to write a letter to our then boss at the time, Paul Preston, saying, I can't believe how quickly these guys were down here. It was really a non-issue, just some things I wanted to point out and get some information on. And he was absolutely impressed at our ability to be down there within 10 minutes, even though it wasn't a pressing matter and something that he even described as not super important. But I think when, if we're not busy doing something else, then every call that we get, we strive to attend to or at least speak to the complainant within minutes, I would say, in almost all cases.
Okay, thank you. Question number 2 I have is, and it may be in the report, and you could just point it to me if it is in the report, but how many calls are we receiving that are from off hours or on weekends?
It varies with the time of year. In summer, there are quite a few. Halloween, this happened this weekend, and we actually received 1 complaint so far. Let me qualify that. But in summer, I would say we would receive at least 1 a day for Saturday or Sunday. That would be July and August. And sometimes it has to do with construction outside of permitted hours. And there were a couple with regards to the gravel pit operation and the creation of dust.
But I guess what I'm trying to find out is our complaints that we receive, if we looked at a 7-day window, are we receiving less complaints, more complaints, the same amount of complaints on a Saturday or Sunday compared to, say, a Wednesday? That's the question I'm asking.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, in summer, it would be the same number of complaints. I think that would be fair to say.
Okay. In regards to, since we are this is question 3 now, since we're on a complaint-driven community, how are we dealing with people living in RVs and live on a public road? Are we still being complaint-driven there, or are we being proactive from a bylaw standpoint?
That is one bylaw that we, or one section of the bylaw that we could enforce proactively when we come across them through regular patrols.
Okay, but presently we're not doing it.
The bylaw was just passed, Your Worship.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, but presently we haven't done it.
We would, Steve McKellar is talking again, we would go and engage with people and let them know, but previously, the only bylaw we could enforce or apply to that was the 72-hour parking. So if they had been parked wherever they were parked on the city street less than 72 hours, there wasn't a lot we could do other than tell them, all right, we're gonna, keep an eye on your vehicle, and if it doesn't appear to move within 72 hours, you could be ticketed. Most of them clue into what we're alluding to, and of course they may move a small distance every 72 hours, but essentially we're still living on city property or on the side of a city street. So we didn't have a lot of the tools we needed to address that until more recently.
Okay. And then my final question, Chair, is in regards to the bylaw service Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Can staff please comment on the issue of staggering those and the concerns or issues if they were to be staggered?
That's James Nias here through the chair to Mayor. That's something that if council directs us to look at, we would come back to council with a report for different options on how to achieve that which they want us to do.
Well, the reason I'm specifically asking that question, James, is in regards to understanding if bylaw works by themselves or do they work in partners?
And depending on the type of call and if there is a imminent risk. In my previous jurisdiction, when I did have staff working alone on a weekend, and there was an issue that may have presented a degree of personal danger to the bylaw enforcement officer, they would call a member of the RCMP to attend with them.
Okay.
That's something we set up with the West
sorry.
Shore. I beg your pardon. That's something that we could talk to West Shore RCMP about setting up.
Okay, thank you. Chair, that's all the questions I have. The comments in regards to, should I wait under council expectations? So if I want to talk about service level time periods and stuff, when should that be addressed
Now
later?
you're getting the hang of it. Now you're getting the hang of it. Yes, we should wait.
I am done.
Thank you.
But please come back to
my only comment, I guess, or question is, I've experienced a little frustration trying to track down complaints that have been made when people have told me that they've made a complaint about something or other a number of months ago and what's happened. And it turned out that the complaint went somewhere in City Hall in a way where people thought it was good to be. And I think the complaint was essentially answered, but it wasn't clear that somebody had made a complaint on this day and this action happened. And this is what we think is the end date. So when you talk about an unupdatable tracking system and stuff like that, request and implement new bylaw call for service, is that to address that so that it's somewhere in City Hall there's a master list of what complaints have been lodged and what's happened with them?
Actually, Chair, that is one of the objectives of having that calls for service system and receiving bylaw complaints through either a portal, email, or phone. It would go to one point of contact and then distributed to the team, and there would be a record of the time and day and the complainant as part of the record for that bylaw call, and would also prompt the person responsible for addressing that complaint to respond back to them. All of this information could be pulled out of the system by means of a report at any time.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Then I think we're probably in a position to deal with the successes, challenges, and opportunities. Does somebody want to make a motion to that effect? Councillor Logan. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Councillor Logan, do you have the floor? No?
No, I was just moving the motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion? Any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, that's passed. So then, secondly, we're going to talk about council expectations. I see two hands up. Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parkinson. You didn't give me an opportunity for discussion there.
I did, but it was only lasted a microsecond. I'll give you that.
I just, my point on the discussion before, on the motion, and we've already voted on it, but it's just the on the opportunity side. I've heard repeatedly, just listening to the discussion, both Councillor Jensen and Mayor Martin had brought up the point about, I think there is another opportunity here to look at how we're staffed there, I guess, right? As far as weekend coverage and after hours coverage, like it's not in these opportunities here. So I don't know what's the best time to bring that up, but because
well, why don't you bring it up under council expectations, or if you wanted to, you could even call it a priority.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Mr. Councillor Kobayashi, we're now on councillor expectations. Anything you'd like to say?
I'd like to bring that point up I just brought up.
So you would like to add So I'm going to suggest that what you're looking at, number 5, would be consider expanded hours of service.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's already in our list of council expectations, number 2, Mr. Chair. So maybe it just needs some expanded language there.
I suspect that before we go anywhere, we're just going to ask them to come back with options and reports and stuff like that. So, if okay, Councillor Day.
Thank you. So on the council expectations, and I did send a little chat message to everybody because this department is not dissimilar to our fire department in that, you know, they have a lot of calls for service, which we talk about anecdotally from time to time. But what the fire department has done very well, and it's developed, you know, it's taken 20 years to get to where we are now with the I think really fabulous statistical data that they give us, is that we have year over year a good picture of where the problems are and where we need to go with that. So I would like to suggest that we add a number 5, that statistics for calls for service be kept similar to the fire department and reported regularly to council so that we can kind of stick this jello to the wall a little bit, where we, I know we may not capture everything right off the bat, but at least we'll be starting to describe with some real graphic numbers where we're at with bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Day. I apologize. I did see your chat. I thought it was covered by my pet peeve on having a list of complaints, and I see it's a little bit different. So apologies for that. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, this shouldn't surprise anybody. I'm a little confused because I've got council expectations on page 17, and then I've got then I've got something. Oh no. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it's page 17 that I'm looking at, correct?
Correct. Yes.
It's the motions that we're moving. Okay, good. I'm not confused. So I guess my points that I would like to reinforce is especially around staggered times. One of the things that I've heard loud and clear is there's been several complaints about construction starting early before whatever our premise. I'm not even sure what time they're legally allowed to start, if it's 7:30 or 8 o'clock or that. But if we have bylaws starting at 8, then there's no possible way for bylaw to actually engage with these people before they're legally allowed to be constructing. So I would love, I'm just putting this out there, but I would love for an aspirational that we have a bylaw is staggered, that goes from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. and then the second officer going from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., allowing people who are coming home from work as well to address any bylaw issues that they may be occurring, and they may wish to be speaking to a bylaw officer but can't be home during those times. As well, from an aspirational standpoint, I would also say that we definitely need to have a Saturday officer on board. And if that means that we can have one officer working on Monday, one officer that goes Monday through Friday, the other officer going Tuesday through Saturday, that addresses those issues. And hence the reason I was asking the question about if bylaw was working by themselves or in partners. And I believe we could also supplement this through, as Councillor Jensen has mentioned, around part-time people. I think with the amount of construction and the amount of development that's going to be happening in the next 5 years, I see additional pressures on our bylaw, and I would hate to be viewed as being submissive or non-responsive. And if we have the right labor amount in place, I think we could actually go through a Monday through Saturday officers. So that would be my aspirational desire.
So would you be happy with having that covered off by consider expanded hours of service as a council expectation, or would you want to be specific on when you wanted those hours of service to be?
Well, and I think that's an excellent question, Councillor Parkinson, because I guess I would refer to our CAO, because at some point, to be very vague and not to have what council's desires are, they may return with something not specific, but I certainly don't want to be dictating to the rest of this council what the hours should be. So I don't know if that's a conversation we should be having today or at another period of time. So I guess I would look for direction from you and our CAO.
So I'm going to duck that and let the CAO answer.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Parkinson. If council was desirous of bylaw service hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday, it would be appropriate to amend the council expectations to include that language. Administration, if that language was passed, would return with options on how we would get you there and how it might have budget and or labor impacts.
So Chair, I'm happy to make that motion just to begin the discussion, because I do probably believe that there's people who have opinions that may vary from my own, but I'm happy to make that as a discussion point.
You're saying 6 a.m. to what, 6 p.m. or 8 p.m.?
Excuse me, yes, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Sorry, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm much open to fine tuning it if people have more expertise than myself.
I have Councillor Jansen's hand up, then we'll make the motion, but there may be a little more discussion on this motion than there has been on past ones. Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, my hand went up in relation to the suggestion from Councillor Day about the collection of statistics. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nyhouse, but the whole records management side of this is an issue, right? So this isn't just a matter of running off a table of statistics. What I don't endorse is someone manually going through some hard copy records to try and achieve a request from council that really isn't possible. So I'd love to hear more about that from staff, Mr. Chair.
So if I could jump in, Chair Parkinson, again, if council's expectations are that we have comparable statistics reported regularly back to council, administration would articulate back to council at the budget time what our capacity now to do that is, whether that is a manual system and kind of the labor that's involved in that. And then we would speak to you with respect to the upcoming changes, software changes that we have anticipated, and whether or not those would achieve the results you want. But it's important for administration to understand if statistics are an expectation of council relative to bylaw service, that we understand that.
Okay, thank you. So I see no hands up. So here's where I think we're at. I think under council expectations, and hopefully y'all have page 17 open, item 1 stays the same. Item 2 is removed. Item 3 becomes number 2. The city seeks voluntary compliance as our primary objective. Number 4 becomes number 3. City provide reactive rather than proactive bylaw enforcement in accordance with the attached Schedule A. Number 4 would be consider expanded hours of service from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And number 5 would be statistics for calls for service be kept similar to the fire department and reported regularly to council. I think that sums up what I've heard.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Sorry, you mentioned 8 p.m. again, and it's actually I was maybe moving 6 to 6, but if I'm open to discussion if you would like it to be 8 p.m.
No, I just can't read my own writing. I should have been a doctor. Okay, so we'll make that change back to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I will open this up for discussion because it's a little more involved than some of the other ones. Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I agree sort of with the motion. It's at the specific times I'm just very curious about, because item 5 with a little bit, I mean, if it's easy to gather the data right now and to be, and to specify the times based on that data would be a little more prudent, I would think, because I just don't want us to go off half-cocked with the a wrong starting time. Maybe it's 7 a.m. I don't know. And I would believe the enforcement officers who, by the way, I just want to compliment you guys because I think you guys have the toughest job in the city hall, to tell you the truth. And but to get their expertise in this and provide the options, what are the better options for us? I think that's a more sensible way, instead of specifying 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. because I'm out and walking at 6 a.m. in the morning, and there's not a lot of things that are happening at that time. Pretty well the roads are empty, everything is, so I guess I'm just leery about specifying times. So that's the only part of the motion I don't like. I think the expertise of the enforcement officers, I would respect them coming back with options. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I guess I just didn't take the time frame as being that specific. I think we're all fairly open to hearing back from staff in terms of, what I heard Mayor Martin say is he wants to have bylaw available to enforce our bylaws when our bylaws apply. So if that means they need to be there at 6 to enforce when construction starts on some sites, or maybe that means they need to be there at 7. I don't think we know exactly when they need to be there in order to do it. But I think what we're describing is that if we have the bylaws, we want to be able to enforce the bylaws. And that includes Saturdays. It might include even some later hours in the summer times when the dynamics are a little different. So from my point of view, I'm open to that being identified through our employees. But I think it's good to give them some specific ideas of what we're thinking it would work.
Thank you for that. So just a couple of points here. Firstly, we're going through this and a bazillion other things to come up with sort of draft levels of service. So I don't think we want to spend a lot of time making sure it's perfect, or we'll just won't get through it. But I am hearing some concern that perhaps the specific exactness of the hours that have been called for, we could consider changing that back to something like consider expanding hours of service and provide a report to council along those lines, if that was more in keeping with what people wanted. I'm seeing some head nods, so somebody, if that's what they'd like, make a motion to amend the motion. Councillor Kobayashi. Are you going to make this motion, or do you think that's making it?
Yes, I'm making that motion.
Councillor Kobayashi has moved that the new item 4, instead of giving the exact precise hours of service, says consider expanded hours of service and provide a report back to council. Who would like to talk on that amendment? Councillor Baxter. You have the floor, Councillor Baxter, if you want it. But you're muted as usual. Oh. Okay. There he was gone. Good. Okay, well, we'll move on. He's only one vote anyway.
He just
On the
ran away.
amendment. On the amendment, do I have any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none. The motion as amended. Do I have any opposition? Okay. Trustfully, you'll all chip in with the beer I have to buy Michael for cutting him off like that. Okay, where the heck are we? That's council expectations. Now the 2021 priorities. We have them here on page 18. Review bylaw service hours of coverage. Well, how about that? They're way ahead of us. I guess we expect that they've already got it in their priorities. Request and implement a new bylaw call for service system. Follow on council's direction for parking demand management system. Amend ticketing or bylaw offenses bylaw to update the fines and schedules to be current with the reference bylaws, and if adopted, the bylaw notice enforcement regulation bylaw. That's their 2021 priorities. Anybody want to add anything? Michael, why don't you add anything? We'll see if you're back.
Thank you. My whole audio crashed. I couldn't hear anybody, and so I didn't know what you were saying. I had to leave the meeting. All I was going to do was point out exactly what you pointed out, that the priorities actually appear to have covered the issue of bylaw hours. I have no more to say.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Jansen.
I would like to make that motion as far as the priorities for 2021, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? I'll give you a couple extra seconds, Doug. Oh, okay. Any opposition to the motion?
Battery 90%.
Somebody's mumbling in the background, but anyway, no, we'll consider that passed. Next, under maintained, increased, or decreased, that the service level of bylaw enforcement be maintained, increased, decreased. I might even let somebody move adjusted if they wanted on this one. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see some expanded hours, which I believe will lead to an increase. But I'm not sure if we take that decision at this moment or if we are awaiting the anticipated report. Mr. Earl, maybe what are your wishes here?
Thank you. From my perspective, it sounds like committee is desirous of increased service either in the evenings, the mornings, or on the weekends, and so staff would interpret that as increased. It doesn't necessarily mean more expensive, although often it can lead to additional costs. If we move forward with a service in hours that are currently not served, we would deem that as increased service.
Thank you. I'll make that motion that we look to increase bylaw services, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, hang on. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I would like to see us try to enhance our ability to respond, but at a minimal increase, because we've just gone through a process where we reduced this department not that long ago. So I think in fairness, it really is a desire of ours to be more efficient, not necessarily more expensive.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Those in opposition to the motion? Seeing none, I think that completes our work under the bylaw. Thank you very much, Mr. Nyhouse, and your staff that's there too, whose name I should remember, but I've forgotten. So I apologize for that. But thank you for your input and your help with this. That takes us next to fire rescue. Are we good to go here, Mr. Earl?
We are in about 1 minute. We're just sanitizing the table in between clients.
How about
Hey.
a washroom break, Mr. Chair, for a couple minutes in?
Yeah, we'll meet back in 4 or 5 minutes. Are we good to go here, Amanda? Well, I guess by looking at the lack of pictures on the screen, I'd say not quite yet, eh? Four down, three to go. Mayor Martin probably needs a nap after that big lunch you've been eating.
You caught me, Councillor Parkinson. I laid down. I was having a nap. Now I have to make a cup of coffee.
I love these virtual backgrounds. What? Hey.
To be honest, the best virtual background that I saw was Michael. Michael, he walked out the door and he just sort of disappeared into the woods when he did that. So it was like,
what were you doing in the woods,
he's
Michael?
Going to Narnia. He's going to Narnia.
It was a bathroom break after all. Nature break, I should say. It's 1:49. I think we got to pick up the pace a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I've hardly said a word so far, and I got interrupted even when I did.
I run a tight ship, Michael. Not a softie like the mayor.
Yeah, I would have let you talk, Michael. I would have let you say your points.
I know you would have, Rob. Thank you.
Come on, people. Cynthia. Dean. Mayor could have made us all coffee and delivered it.
Look what showed up in my mailbox today. Oh, can I show it? Or, I don't know if people can see it.
Can't read it.
No.
It's update on the new fades of Royal Bay, Latoria South. I'm excited to clearly they're just sending it to all the residents, but I'm curious what they're telling me.
Maybe they're going to open that coffee shop soon.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Cynthia. Now, Dean did pop into the picture for a second. I won't give him too much longer and then we'll get going here. Are you ready to go at your end, Mr. Earl?
We are ready.
Okay, let's just give Dean one more second and then. All right, he had his chance. Let's carry on here, Mr. Earl.
Thank you. We are at fire rescue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, and members of council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. So we'll be talking about service area Colwood Fire Rescue. The report that's been presented or pulled together by the fire department has a lot of stats. So this will be our time to reintroduce ourselves to you. We are the longest serving fire department in the West Shore, and next year marks our 75th anniversary. Due to these COVID times, we'll not be planning a giant 75-year anniversary, but we will be planning something for next year in recognition of this service to our community. On the first page of the report, you can see our call statistics going back the last 5 years. We are a little bit different than a lot of area fire departments or fire departments in general, where medical calls make up a vast majority of their requests for service. We are slowly, requests for medical assistance is slowly climbing, but as you can see in approximately 2019, there was almost a 50-50 split. How we manage to do that is we do manage the type of medical calls that we go to. And this is with the NPDS or multiple priority dispatch system, where calls are categorized into various categories and also levels of medical emergency within those categories. You can see there that on page 2 and 3 kind of gives you an idea of how the medical system is set up. We have consistently gone to what category 1 and category 2 calls. So purple and red, which are the highest acuity calls, like cardiac arrests, chokings, things like that. And we will also go to yellow or category 3 calls, where ambulance is delayed and service is required. So we do manage the calls that we go to, and these are reviewed annually, and we set our priorities on how we deliver our service. The next page over gives you a snapshot of where we were kind of by the numbers is 2018 versus 2019. We had a 20% increase in calls. And we're seeing that that percentage increase is steadily going up. Certainly, if we track back to 2010, we have seen a dramatic increase in requests for service over the last decade. In 2019, the hours required to facilitate the 760 requests for service was approximately 6,911. A few other numbers there: staff hours committed, and to facilitate the 760 emergency requests for service by the department required apparatus movements of 1,163. So that kind of gives you an idea of calls that we're attending and how much how many hours and movements it takes to actually implement that. Again, 2018 comparison for operating costs per capita about where we are in the Greater Victoria region. Next page over is operating cost comparison. It's a rough comparison to where we are in the rest of fire departments within the region. Again, moving down to the bottom of the page is we have capital and special projects that have been planned out to 2024. Gives you an idea of what's been completed, what's in progress, and what is estimated to or planned on happening into the future. One thing I'd like to point out on the next page is our call response. Fire departments are graded by various standards, National Fire Protection Standard, or in response time, it's FUS or Fire Underwriters Survey, which is also referenced in the building code. There's two standards. One is the NFPA 1710, which is the response standard for career departments, and then there's 1720, which is the response standard for composite or volunteer departments of our size. I'm glad to be able to tell council that we are committee, sorry, that we are making our the 90% response time in 10 minutes or less. So as a smaller volunteer composite department serving our community, we are actually making the career standard for response time. And our average response time is 7 minutes. Again, moving over, it gives you a little bit more information stats on fire inspections, reportable losses for fires in the last 5 years. And then on the next page, we can see what our council expectations are, our successes that we've done in approximately that last 18 months. We also have what our challenges and opportunities moving forward are. Certainly increased service requests, increased traffic within our community, increased road challenges and infrastructures, both traffic congestion and road infrastructure. We are constantly in collaboration with our engineering and development services department in future casting where we're going to be in the future and how we actually address the growing or changing of our community. Certainly the changing demographic and makeup of our community is something that we're always planning for and trying to project out into the future. We have had to make several changes in the last 18 months. Certainly we had to make changes within the fire department early in the year due to COVID. We are now staffing the fire department 365 days a year during the day. We run staff, currently career staff runs 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They work 4 12-hour days and then 4 off. We run 2 shifts. This has allowed us to address our problem area, where is the availability of volunteers during the day. We are roughly a bedroom community of Greater Victoria, and the vast majority of volunteers work inside Victoria or in the Greater Victoria region and are not available during the day. Other challenges and opportunities that we've been working on for quite a while is the expansion of Latoria South. Working with planning and development services over the last several years, along with finance, has allowed us to bring forward a plan through the rezoning process of a fire hall, planning for a fire hall in Royal Bay South. This is planned to take advantage of the approximately 7,000 to 8,000 doors that council is in the process of approving and allowing us to have volunteer draw from those residential neighborhoods. Again, augmenting our current service delivery model. Next is priorities for 2020. You can see that a fair number of them have been completed or are still in progress. Also, there is projected out priorities for 2021, 22, 23, and 24. I'm glad I can present this to committee, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you would like.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good report. I see I have Mayor Martin going first here.
Thank you. So just a question. So I'm looking at page 23 of 42. And Chief, it's in regards to the operating cost comparatives. So if we were to take Langford out of that chart, and we just looked at Esquimalt, Oak Bay, Colwood, and Central Saanich, basically those 4 jurisdictions have the same amount of population, roughly. It's all within about 1,000 people out of those 4. So I think we can celebrate the fact that we are less than half the cost, or more than half the cost, excuse me, in savings in regards to Esquimalt and Oak Bay. And so I think we very much have to celebrate the fact that our fire department has done an outstanding job. We very much appreciate that there's a volunteer component that has really stepped up and helped supplement those costs for us. And that's a huge cost savings to us, roughly about a $2.5 million of savings that volunteers bring to us. And so I think we need to be very conscious of that and very appreciative of that to this point. And so I don't want that positivity to get lost with the question I'm about to ask, Chief. If I was to look at Colwood in comparative to Central Saanich actually has a larger population than Colwood. They're about $300,000 less than Colwood. And when we project out to 2021, there are 2 more officers that you're looking, or two more firefighters looking to come on board. I'm just going to round ball it and say that it's going to cost us roughly about $200,000 more to have those 2 new officers. So basically, Colwood is going to be about $500,000 more expensive than Central Saanich with the same population. Can you comment on how, or if there's any efficiencies so that we could match or get close to where Central Saanich is, or is Central Saanich working from a different model and it's not a true comparative of apples to apples?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, Central Saanich is comprised a little bit differently. Yes, they're a composite fire department just like us. They run some career members and primarily volunteers. Where the cost savings are is there is not the same amount of career members within Central Saanich. And so that is where the majority of the cost difference is between the 2 fire departments. We have, while we run our career, and also their career members run a night shift as well. Where our career members, we've brought on staffing levels over the years. The last staffing report was approximately 2008, with the last hire was increase in numbers was 2010. At that point, we had originally identified our primary problem was staffing a fire engine during the day because our inability of having volunteers respond to the station. So that's where the staffing increase came from. Was in the mid 2000s. We did look into that component. That's the primary difference in the cost between the 2 fire departments. If that answers your question.
Yes, it does, Chief. And I certainly don't mean this as a criticism, but I guess what I'm hearing from you, and I guess I just struggle with understanding how it's possible, but it sounds to me what you're suggesting is that there are more people who belong to the Central Saanich Fire Department who actually work in Central Saanich, so they can make a day call in comparative to people living in Colwood who volunteer and are working out of our jurisdiction. Is that what you're basically telling me? Is that what I'm hearing?
That is my general impression, without actually going into the statistics and makeup of the individual members of Central Saanich. It is my understanding that a greater portion of them actually do work in and around Central Saanich. That is my impression.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, I'll echo the kudos that Mayor Martin spoke about previously. My question, I know we focused primarily on the response times to Royal Bay. Now that they're set, I think council has an expectation that Colwood Corner will be the next up and coming kind of area for development and remake. So I guess my question, knowing that Sooke Road could be a bit of a challenge for the department, particularly in the morning hours, do you anticipate relying on, say, View Royal or Langford No. 1 Hall to respond to a call in the Colwood Corner area in the morning when it might be a bit challenging for Colwood Fire? Or can you see a satellite station in that area, much like what was planned years ago, to maintain that your level service?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Logan, yes. As you remember, in the beginning of the mid 2000s, the fire department underwent a longer term planning exercise, and we had identified with the amount of development that was projected to happen in Colwood Corners. We're talking about a dozen buildings over 20 stories. I mean, it was quite high density that was planned. We had facilitated with the Department of National Defense a right of first refusal on a piece of property that was deemed surplus. There was a plan to move forward. There was an amenity contribution that was going to be triggered by development in Colwood Corners. So all those plans were in place. and then the housing crash hit. So all of that went away. The land was taken back from the federal government and not being surplus anymore. And the scale of development in Colwood Corners that we're now seeing with the Awney Development Group is vastly scaled back from what the original plan was. That being said, is the development that's being planned right now in Colwood Corners has been covered off with auto-aid mutual aid agreements that I've spent the last several years working with Langford now, and certainly well over a decade with Duke Oil. We do have a very good depth in auto and mutual aid to cover off the development that's planned for in Colwood Corners. However, that being said, if there is a significant upzoning or increased density akin to what we saw in the mid 2000s, then planning would have to move forward in how do we address that? Do we need to have a satellite hall there, or do we need, as was the original plan, or do we upgrade existing mutual aid agreements? Though where that goes in the future will be dictated about what's going to be planned for the Colwood Corner area, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Chief. I guess, although I wouldn't anticipate 20-story buildings maybe around the area, I can almost guarantee that there will be a significant increase in density, certainly. And so just as long as we've got that on the radar. And I guess in terms of recruitment of volunteers, I know it's always been a challenge. Is there an opportunity for the city to help you out, whether it's an incentive or is there a different demographic that the department might be looking at to entice volunteers?
Well, that's one of the things that was slated to happen this year. Working the end of last year and into this year, it was slated that more research into other options be looked at, and then worked into possible options to be presented to council. Certainly, with the arrival of COVID, that did not happen. However, the research will be resurrected, and will be looking into other options in 2021 for possible consideration in 2022. Those may be budgetary, it may be structural, it may be a combination of many things that we'll be bringing back. We have tried to look at different demographics. The biggest problem that we're finding right now is that Colwood is a very expensive place to live. I mean, anywhere in Greater Victoria right now is. We're hearing that rents are high, and that younger people are having a hard time finding accommodation in Colwood. That being said, what we've found in this cycle, because we are bringing on more recruits, they start on Saturday. What we have found is we're seeing a comparison. Yes, younger people that we would love to get volunteers are having a hard time finding cost-effective accommodation in Colwood. However, we're also seeing a little bit of an increase in people that are buying in Colwood. So that middle range demographic, maybe early 30s to mid 40s, are finding that the housing options for their age group are nice in Colwood, along with the interest rates, and they're buying the houses in Latoria South and the houses that are there. So again, we're seeing a little bit of a mix and jumble of the demographics that are coming in. So we're still healthy. We're still getting people that want to volunteer. However, we're not having crowds of people bang on our door demanding that they want to be one of us. So if that answers your question.
Perfect. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with all the statistics in this report. I think it's wonderful. And I just have a question about one of them. Page 23 of the report, the section on cost per capita. The fourth bullet says total cost per capita after non-residential taxes have been removed. And I didn't understand what that meant.
I will have to defer if Jen Hepting is still on the call. If she could jump in there, that is an accounting phrase that Chris Payne put a lot of this together with me, and unfortunately, I don't speak accountant, so unfortunately I cannot give you a clear definition of what actually that statement means. So,
is Jen still with us?
Yes, I am. And I'll have to report back on the specifics of what we were articulating there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, I will point out that a lot of this information, or this specific information, we were trying to collect it pre-COVID, so we would have it in our data. Chris Payne was instrumental in bringing some of these together for me. I will point out that operating cost comparison graph is a 2018 comparison. Langford's costs have risen from this graph because of council did adopt Langford's staffing plan to staff Hall 2, which they're in a couple of years into it. So the graph itself for Langford is probably just a little outdated.
Okay, are you good there, Councillor Baxter? Okay, Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is consistent with a couple of points here, but I don't see anywhere for the next few years, Chief, and I do know it has come up, is moving to a paid on-call service. And I wonder what your thoughts or administration's thoughts on that as being a viable method of retaining and recruiting our volunteers into the future.
Through the chair, that is one of the items that was going to be explored this year, pre-COVID. Unfortunately, it's had to be delayed. However, there are many fire departments, the majority of volunteer fire departments or combination fire departments in the province have moved to a paid on-call model over the last decade or so. It is in recognition of the time and effort spent from volunteers. Also, in the current economic of BC, people do see a benefit in being somehow compensated for their services and time. So that research background has not been completed. There has been a working group within the Volunteer Firefighters Association that has come to my office, and we have had discussions on moving forward. The problem is what model would be possibly adopted, or what model could be presented for council for consideration if there was a willingness to move away from volunteer to a paid on call. So there's still a lot of research need to be done in 2021 and identifying what models may be acceptable to bring forward. And so there's still a lot of work to be done on that one. So that was when I was referring to things that need to be done in the 2021 year for possible consideration in 2022.
Thank you. Bless you, Mr. Chair. And so I don't see it on the list for 2021, Chief. Is that organic going to be happening in relation to, say, the strategic planning process, or do we need a line item added there?
Administration will add paid on call model review to the 2021 priorities.
Thank you. You good, Dean? Okay, Mayor's hand was up, but I think he just forgot to drop it. So let's bring us back to successes and the challenges and opportunities. We've had a pretty free-ranging discussion here. Chief, one question I've always meant to ask, have you mined city staff for potential volunteers, especially with the potential that they're all in Colwood during the day and might be able to beef up your responses during the daytime? I wonder if that's ever been an approach that's worth considering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are some communities that actually do that. Metchosin is one where Metchosin has several city city workers that work during the day that have been trained and do respond to calls when required, or larger nature calls. I believe Central Saanich is another community that has some of their public works staff. We have had conversations with various superintendents over the years, and we certainly leave it open to anybody that wishes to volunteer to be, but unfortunately, there is not a lot of city hall workers or public works workers that would volunteer. So we have had those conversations. We haven't had any takers yet.
That's kind of unfortunate, but obviously it is volunteering. Okay, Councillor Day.
Thank you. So I have left my comment to last because it's doesn't quite fit the formula, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciated this report, and it follows on a long tradition with the Colwood Fire Department of some really excellent statistical reporting over the years. And I know that Chris Payne helped with a lot of the long-term planning that went into this, but I think that the format is really excellent and lends itself well to a very thorough capture of what the situation is for the fire department, including what's to come. And the fire department has led the way in that type of planning because the purchases of fire apparatus are expensive and important, and because they're so expensive, they've really required a lot of planning. But I really feel that the format is incredibly valuable, and we should continue trying to reach that high level as we go through this process. This could be a really good model for many of our departments, just trying to look at, what's our short-term, mid-term, long-term issues and whether or not we're prepared. I think that maintaining the fire service in Colwood is near and dear to everyone. Even if you were concerned about the cost of services, everybody wants, when there's an emergency, that people are looked after. So I just can't commend them enough for being so proactive in really identifying the issues before they're an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Okay, I think then probably we're looking for a motion on that the fire rescue service area be received. The fire rescue service area be received, and that the amended successes and challenges / opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. If somebody could make that motion, I don't know if there's any adjustments to be made to the successes and challenges, but let's start with a motion first. I have Councillor Logan winning the race on that one. So Councillor Logan makes the motion. Is there any discussion people would like to do, maybe more challenges or more successes to add to the list? Councillor Day.
Just, I think it's been captured, but to add the issue of the review for the volunteer incentives. Sorry, for 2021.
Okay, well, that's when we get to the priorities, we'll deal with that one if that's okay. Any then? I see no other hands. Any in opposition? So we'll say that section of it is passed. The next, we want to talk about council expectations on page 26 of your report. Any discussion on those? Councillor Day.
Just to add at the bottom of the challenges and opportunities, volunteer incentives to bring back options to council in 2021. That was delayed by COVID.
Sorry, where were you wanting to put that?
Sorry, it's right at the bottom of the section on challenges, opportunities on page 27. The bullet before is planning for the expansion of residential development. And then the last bullet would be volunteer incentives, options to council in 2021.
So can I suggest we put that in the 2021 priorities, since we've already gone past the challenges and successes section?
Sure.
Okay, so then let's go back to council expectations. Any alterations to the council expectations as outlined in the report? Councilor Kobayashi.
I was just going to move the acceptance of the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Any in opposition? Seeing none, call that passed. The next section is the 2021 priority section. Cynthia, looking for you to jump in here.
Okay, I will move the volunteer incentive options be added, and that the priority section included in the draft service review.
Okay, so you want to add another under the priorities, all the existing ones plus explore volunteer incentive options?
Yes.
And undertake a draft service review?
Yes. Sorry, no, it was just the wording that's in the motion proposed.
Oh, okay.
Exactly as written on the page.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I have, that's Councillor Day still. Any other discussion on the 2021 priorities? Seeing none, any in opposition to the motion? Then that's passed with the amendment. Thank you. And finally, that the service level of fire rescue be maintained, increased, or decreased? Who wants to take that one on? Councillor Day.
I would move that the level of service be maintained.
Thank you. There was another hand, but it's gone. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, any in opposition? Okay, that's a wrap for the fire service, I believe. Next, we're moving on to emergency planning. Oops, hang on, I got a hand up here. Councillor Jansen, is there anything I can help you with?
Well, I did oppose. But
Did you oppose?
May have been a late opposer, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, sorry. Amanda, could you notice that Councillor Jansen opposed the motion to maintain the level of fire service?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. All right. Emergency planning. Who's leading the parade on this one, Mr. Earl?
Hello, Mr. Chair. It's John Cassidy, the Fire Chief. Again, I'll be talking about emergency planning. Earlier in this year, the function for emergency planning coordination shifted over to the fire department, and it's managed under the fire chief's office. Moving forward in the change was identified working with previous CFOs and with Mr. Robert Earl that we needed to change the direction of our emergency planning and draft a new process of how we get to where we want to be at the end of a number of years. That process was presented to council as part of the 2019 budget proposal, and there was a report indicating how we were going to move forward in the next 3 years. Working with my office, the emergency program would be restructured and planned moving forward. We're working with View Royal and their emergency program to mirror a lot of what they have done over the years, and moving into a plan of where we need to go. Some changes that we actually have done this year are we did manage to apply for and get a $25,000 funding grant through ENBC for emergency operations centers. There's a list there of the supplies and equipment that were going to be funded through that $25,000. We are about approximately halfway through that funding spend at this point, and our reporting time is back to the province is approximately August of 2020. So we will see that money spent before August 2020, and it is also helping us do on our rebuild. Moving forward, there are a few things challenges that we will have. Again, is restructuring of our emergency program is going to take a number of years. Building of our emergency program with training of city staff is going to take a number of years. We're hoping to get training done in the fall here. We're moving it to the spring with online or electronic training with the goal of having training exercises or tabletop exercises for the emergency planning group, either in pre-summer or in the fall. So that planning is actively happening. Priorities for 2021 moving forward is there is some restructuring of cabinet work that needs to be done within committee and council chambers to facilitate the storage of emergency supplies for the emergency program. We're also hoping to conduct a community risk assessment in 2021. So this will be the foundational document that we identify the risks, hazards, or potential emergencies within Colwood. And then we would draft our individual emergency response plans against that master document that identifies what our problems are. These would be things that possibly we already know, but how about hazards that we don't know? I can tell you that we have 2 anhydrous ammonia plants within the city of Colwood, and I can detail out the hazards involved with those, but I do not know what I do not know, and this is why we need to have an assessment done of our community in general. Do we have rock slide or slope instability problem? Do we have traffic congestion? Is it transportation of dangerous goods? Is that a problem within our community? These are questions that we need to ask, and that is what we're hoping to do. We're also hoping in 2021 to work with the forestry base in Cobble Hill to address Royal Roads, the large green belt that is Royal Roads. We've already had conversations with Royal Roads themselves. We want to get, we were planning on hoping to get forestry in and have some conversations about fire smart within Colwood, management of Royal Roads, and then COVID hit. So hopefully we'll be able to do that over the fall here. So that's what our priorities are moving into next year. I'm more than glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Jansen.
Were you calling me? Sorry, you must have just left my hand up from.
Like it's my fault. Sure.
But I do have some ideas on this, so I might as well kick it off. I was just formulating my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I would love to know where this emergency planning fits in an overall greater West Shore picture. And I'm just wondering, has any thought been put into some kind of regional approach to this? I'd love to hear from administration or the fire chief, just a big picture overview of, why could we not collaborate? It seems like we're already halfway there if we're taking what View Royal is doing.
Well, through the chair, thank you, Councillor. I can gladly report that we are thinking regionally. Both my office, the emergency program in Langford, who's run by the chief's office there, Chris Aubrey, and the emergency program for View Royal, who's run by the Chief Hurst there. Emergency planning is a regular topic of discussion at our monthly meetings. Moving forward, we are looking at a regional component for the West Shore. with the ultimate goal that we want our EOC teams to be working together. We want our ESS teams to be working together. We want our radio groups to be working and training together. So we are bringing all those components together. Again, that goes to the 3-year rebuilding program that we're trying to do. We are literally in 10 months into our first year of rebuilding, but we are looking at that at the West Shore level. Given a case in point is my point that if we had a larger incident that required a longer operational period than, let's say, 8 hours, who would staff the second 8-hour shift? Because our city staff would be completing an 8-hour shift in the EOC. Where's the next shift coming to? So that is where the regional component comes in. It was tested by the province starting last year on how they've structured their emergency response to forest fires. So what they'll do is they'll staff an EOC locally, and then for extended operational periods, they've got 5 other basic action teams within the province that they'll pull in. Basically, the EOC team from Vancouver Island will go in and go into Kamloops and take over their running of the EOC for a week period, and they'll cycle in people. That's akin to what we're trying to envision here on the West Shore, is build that depth with our local programs and work together. So eventually we will basically have one program is what we're trying to do.
So your 8 hours there, it looks like we're buying cots and blankets. So I guess you're just going to keep working.
Correct. So if a team has finished their operational period but cannot leave, so what do we have to feed them? We have to put accommodation where they can get rest. A good example of that would be a number of years ago, I believe it was about 8 years ago, we had a massive windstorm that came through Colwyn. We had trees coming down everywhere. There was Triangle Mountain was isolated. We had trees across all 3 access routes. We had trees basically cutting houses in half. Our operational period for that with the fire department alone was about 36 hours. So we put up cots and sleeping bags for the crews that are coming back on the engine. We put a new crew and say, go get some food, grab a couple hours sleep because we're going to need you again. So yes, so we are buying cots and sleeping bags, planning for and trying to accommodate the need for longer operational periods. To go back to your other question, you talked about regional initiatives. A number of years ago, the CEOs did get together and REMP was formed, the Regional Emergency Management Partnership. So there's an official committee that reports back to the regional CEOs, and we meet on almost a weekly basis now dealing with COVID, but we meet and plan regionally. So this is some of the things that we are undertaking in the last few years, if that answers your question.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Baxter and Councillor Kobayashi, but I'm not so sure I didn't maybe drop somebody's hand. So if you had your hand up, all right. In that case, I'm going to guess it's your hand I dropped, Councillor Day, so you go ahead.
Thanks, no problem. In the past, as quite a majority of council has done the EOC training, and I think that is very valuable. It really helps us to understand what they're up against. And I also know that our ESS and EOS teams both attended fires in the interior of BC a couple of years ago, and there's kind of no replacement for that hands-on work in a community where you start to take all that desktop learning and apply it in real-world circumstances. Was pretty amazing. So I think we have some great volunteers who've been involved. And then, there's been a lot of reorganization, and I think we need to work at increasing the number of people in our community who are aware of and perhaps even conversant with what we need to do. I really applaud the priorities, including looking at the evacuation routes, because that was something that was identified in the past as being problematic. A lot of our major routes in the Greater Victoria region would be impacted by a seismic or tsunami type event. So I think that this is one of those areas in Colwood that's going through a revitalization and will really benefit from everyone being as involved as they can be. I'm just wondering, the evacuation route issue being determining the needs within our community, I thought we already had a plan for that. Did we still have that information from before?
Through the chair, any information that we've had about evacuation route planning is outdated at this point. What I'm trying to do is piggyback onto the regional initiative that the REMP group has done. We did have a small component on that, but what I'm trying to do is plan on getting the data that we need to dovetail into the regional evacuation route planning document that was done through REMP, as well as address evacuation route planning specifically within Colwood. Hoping that any information that we have from that can be moved or dovetailed into the work that development services and engineering does for road infrastructure. So there may be considerations that we're trying to do that way, if that answers your question.
Sorry, I just didn't recognize the acronym. The which group?
Sorry, REMP, Regional Emergency Management Partnership. This is a committee that's formed at the direction of the regional CAOs. And what we've done is we meet on a regular basis and we discuss regional trends and facilitate the sharing of information on a regional basis. And that's the REMP.
Thank you. And the other question that I have is about the CRD has a committee on emergency planning as well. And could you just identify for us what they look after as compared to what we look after?
In a nutshell, they look after their regional parks, regional facilities, their infrastructure. We would look after ours. However, that being said, is the CRD emergency planning committee chair is part of the REMP group, the regional group. So a lot of work that we do does dovetail it together.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Baxter?
Yes, the mention of the EOC and equipment supplied to the EOC, is that the City Hall EOC?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And do you see that changing in the future?
What, the City Hall EOC? Yes, I do see it changing in the future. What we've started to do with the grant, awarding of the grant, is buying supplies to make the EOC have greater depth. That being its ability to be mobile. So it is not strictly dependent on, we have to set up the EOC in City Hall. If we have an emergency and City Hall itself doesn't have power, doesn't have running water, doesn't have heat, so then we would not effectively have an EOC. The plan moving forward is to make the EOC portable in nature. So we could set it up in any building. If we had a major emergency, we could set up the EOC in the fire hall if we had to. We could set it up in one of our schools, which is quite common practice in emergency management, is to commandeer or appropriate a school because you have room for sleeping, you have usually some cooking, you have washroom facilities, you have meeting facilities. So yes, that is the plan moving forward, is to create better depth of the program and its abilities.
Thank you. One more question. There was some discussion of regional EOC, I believe. And do you foresee that in an event like a major earthquake, we would probably send staff to a regional or sub-regional EOC, and our own EOC would be more for Colwood-only events?
There is always that possibility of a large Greater Victoria catastrophe or Greater Victoria emergency. Certainly, what we're trying to do locally on the West Shore is build our depth so we can help each other out. Once we've completed that, or once we're happy with the depth we've built at the West Shore, then we'll have other discussions with regional initiatives, because then we'll have something that we can offer regionally. Right now is we don't have anything we can offer regionally, therefore hence the rebuilding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to John, again, another question for you, Chief. Councillor Day and Councillor Baxter actually asked the questions I was going to ask, but I have another one right now, and it just bothers me a little bit. I noticed that in our priorities, you know, we say that our training and experience is relatively low, I guess, right? So I guess it's a direct question for you right now. If we had that major shaker tomorrow, are we ready? I mean, shouldn't this priority be really high to get people trained up and going through the having exercises to do this? I don't know. So that's my question right now. Are we ready? I mean, an honest assessment, are we ready?
Yes, Councillor, through the chair. Are we ready? Yes. If we had a major incident, we would handle it. Just like any emergency service. If something happened, we would deal with it. Right now, in honesty, in response to your honest question, would it be perfect? No. Would it be seamless? No. Would there be potholes and bumps in the road in getting everything covered? Yes, there would be, but that's where the training and rebuilding is vitally important, is to get us to, we can handle something and it's seamless. There's no bumps in the road. Would we fail? No. If that answers your question. I know,
yes.
Ian, if you want to jump in.
Hi, through the chair. I just wanted to speak to the fact that long-range planning is supporting the emergency planning function, in that both full-time planners are university trained in disaster planning and are right now working with the fire chief on creating the data and information that would be needed to create emergency response for various scenarios related to tsunami planning, and that would result from an earthquake in this region.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief.
Okay, let's get on with some motions here then. First one would be that the emergency planning service area be received and the amended successes and challenges / opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review. Moved by Councillor Kobayashi. I'm going to lower all hands. Any discussion? Any in opposition? Passed. The next motion is, and that the amended council expectations section of the emergency planning service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Moved by Councillor Baxter. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any in opposition? We'll call that one passed. Next one, at the amended 2021 priority section of the emergency planning service area be included in the draft 2021 service review. Moved by Councillor Baxter. Any discussion? Councillor Baxter, oops. Do you want to discuss that? Or did I just not lower your hand right? Are you muted again, Michael?
Sorry, yeah, that you just left my hand up, that's all.
My mistake. I assumed as much.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, any in opposition? Seeing none, that one's passed. And the fourth one in this section, and further that the emergency planning service area level of service be maintained, increased, or decreased in the draft 2021 service review. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Baxter.
I move that it be maintained.
Okay, lowering all hands. Any discussion on that? Okay, the motion is that it be maintained. Any in disagreement? That motion is passed. And that concludes the emergency management. Thank you, Chief. So next we move on to community planning and long-range planning and sustainability. Mr. Earl, are we good to go? Or you got some tables to clean?
Thank you. We are good to go. We've got the community planning, open bracket, long-range planning, and sustainability, close bracket group in the room.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Who wants to lead us off?
It's Ian Burhill here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'd just like to start off by saying it's an honor and a pleasure to present with you and my colleagues the community planning service area. We've got under the community planning department 5 sub-service areas. So they include long-range planning and policy, heritage planning, arts, culture, recreation, environmental sustainability, and economic development. You may have noted that our name has changed. Staff submit that the term community planning better reflects the service areas and resulting body of work that council has to date set for this department. It also aligns with industry standards in the field of municipal planning, as reflected in similar distinctions between current planning under development services and community planning at other municipalities within the capital region and across the province. In the spring of this year, our team responded to council's direction to manage an expanded service area covering.
Mr. Borhill, you're not as clear as perhaps some of the other speakers. I don't know if you're not as close to the speaker or what, but you're just not 100% clear. That's not helping, whatever that is.
That was much better.
Someone was flushing the toilet.
So just to I'll recap that last bit. So in the spring of this year, we responded to council's direction to manage an expanded service area covering COVID-19 economic recovery, which we'll dig into later. And currently our department is staffed by 2 full-time planners, the director of community planning and the senior planner, as well as 1 contract position in the form of the recovery program coordinator. Both full-time community planning staff are accredited registered professional planners and full members of the Canadian Institute of Planners. And we both possess master's degrees in urban and regional planning. Our COVID-19 recovery program coordinator has extensive qualifications in both project management and policy creation, as well as possessing a university degree in resource management. During 2020, Community Planning Department led the creation of 3 major plans in the form of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, a draft of which is due to hit council in December. The Together for Climate Adaptation Plan, which is essentially a major policy document that'll be coming to council later this month. And lastly, the Economic Recovery Plan, which we expect another iteration of being proposed to council before the end of this year. We also created 4 major regulatory documents, the first being our Housing and Needs Assessment Report, which went forward to committee recently, as well as the Coastal Flood Inundation Mapping and Tsunami Risk Assessment, which is scheduled to be completed before the end of 2020. We are also in the midst of our parking bylaw update. A draft amending bylaws and a accompanying policy is scheduled to be complete this year, as well as the 2020 update to our heritage inventory list. With me today are the other team members, Jill Collison, Senior Planner, who will be presenting the long-range planning policy section, as well as the arts, culture, and recreation sub-areas. And Rachel Buskey, our recovery program coordinator, who will be presenting the economic development subsection. I will cover off the remaining heritage planning and environmental sub-areas. You'll see on page 35 of your agenda package that we've attempted to show how our time was spent this year and through the remainder of 2020, as well as based on existing council direction on what the 2021 work profile would look like. And just a note about the operating budget, I'd like to add to what's in the package that approximately $62,000 has been budgeted to pay for the cost of the program of the recovery program coordinator position, whose contract spans June 10th through December 31st of this year. So we have structured our presentation such that the committee may ask questions and deliberate on the successes and challenges, council expectations, as well as the 2021 priorities and service level affirmations as we go through the 5 sub-service areas. So this could take some time, but completely open to amendments to this format on the fly. But we've created an opportunity for each of these 5 sub-areas to be addressed separately. So with that, I'll pass it over to our senior planner.
Thank you, Dan. So I'll start by chatting a little bit about long-range planning and policy, which covers off waterfront planning, hazardous areas policy, neighborhood planning, social planning and community well-being, as well as land use policy and regulation. So as you know, we have a pretty new official community plan, and our role is to review, monitor, and implement policy, which is intended to protect and enhance our community's characteristics while managing growth and shaping change in a way that brings our vision and goals to life. The OCP shapes how we look and feel, as well as what will come. So noted, highlighted areas of long-range planning and policy include the waterfront planning. So I'll just chat for a minute about that. So it's a locale and is currently an area of planning and policy focus. Work has included the drafting of bylaws in terms of reference, facilitation and establishment of a committee related to the coastal processes. Though the committee's role is advisory, it has included considerations linked to programming and community uses of our waterfront. Outcomes will inform decision-making processes, as well as give guidance to one of Colwood's most loved community, physical and social assets. Waterfront planning is also intrinsically linked to hazard planning, related to work upcoming for coastal sea level rise and tsunami hazard considerations. This impacts and influences decisions around infrastructure and transportation. So upcoming work includes completion of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, active transportation network planning, waterfront public realm improvement planning, and sea level rise planning. So another area of focus is community well-being. So this area is plans and strategies aiming to enhance our quality of life. An area of planning that focuses on people with the goal of building a stronger and healthier community. This includes considerations around housing, safety, wellness, and social interaction, some of which has been heightened and exacerbated due to our current pandemic state, which Rachel will speak to later. You'll hear more about this in section 4. So some upcoming work in this field includes reviewing and updating of the affordable housing strategy and update of housing policies, and continued lobbying with transit for public transit improvements. So I'll hand it back to Ian.
Thank you, Jill. So we've got an opportunity now for a committee to speak directly to the long-range planning and policy section. So before you are the council expectations that we populated into the document, as well as the successes and challenges, as well as 2020 priorities. I think Jill touched on a few of these areas. Should we focus on each of the sections as we go, or would committee like to start a Q&A now?
I think we better do them one at a time. Let's deal with the long-range planning. I think otherwise we'll get too confused. I'm pretty confused already.
So with respect to council expectations in long-range planning and policy, firstly is to monitor community need for policy review and generation. Second, review and monitor the OCP for potential policy development. And we are, our target is to have an annual review in Omnibus for the OCP. It's likely not going to happen for the end of 2020 this year, but we are preparing for a 2021 Omnibus. And next, a focus on infrastructure planning for active transportation mode shift, as well as waterfront public realm. And then lastly, anticipate population changes and consequential policy impacts. Next, our successes in 2020 are commitment to long-term vision of Colwood, your adherence to the goals and objectives of the Colwood OCP. We pride ourselves on being a forward-looking department. Next, completion of the draft parking bylaw and associated policy, which falls under the strategic plan as a land use bylaw update. And lastly, completion of the the completion of the draft coastal physical planning documents. So those include the tsunami and sea level rise mapping and hazard analysis. Next are challenges and opportunities. The tactical allocation of staff resources to current planning services to help address the development surge. So you can see in that 2020 work profile, a significant amount of time went to assisting the huge uptick in development application work, which we're happy to support. Greater cross-training and mutual support of development planning. We feel this is a big opportunity for the planners, not just in community planning, but in development services to collaborate deeply on various projects. Next, administrative complexities associated with the management of various committees, creating staffing demands across multiple departments, and the opportunity to consolidate this administration of committees for greater efficiency. And lastly, under this section, there's an opportunity to better utilize contract personnel through the pre-qualification of consultants. We've already completed that process for heritage planner consultants. So we've got 3 pre-qualified consultants, and we're hoping to roll out the same for general planning consultants in 2021. Our 2020 priorities were to assist with the development planning surge, complete major long-range planning projects, effectively support committees and the Heritage Commission, advance active transportation initiatives, facilitate waterfront planning decisions, and then on to the priorities for next year, to continue to lobby BC Transit for acceleration of public transit improvements, update the land use bylaw, general regulations and zoning, review and update the affordable housing policy, continue to support mode shift approaches, that's with respect to transportation planning, complete waterfront public realm improvement plans, complete active transportation network plan, so that's the 10-year capital plan for sidewalks as well as bike lanes. And lastly, to complete the coastal sea level rise and tsunami hazard adaptation plans. That would be a plan that flows directly from the informational work that we're doing now. So that concludes those sections for the long-range planning policy area.
Fantastic. So let's just discuss the whole long-range planning report here. I have Councillor Baxter ready to go. The mute, Councillor Baxter.
Sorry about that. I'm using my computer.
Less, Michael.
I'm using my computer instead of my iPad. Everything's in a different place. Just a couple of comments on the report in general. I love the quotes at the top of each section. They make some really good points. And a small note, but an important one. I think we need to write these things so that everybody can understand them. And I was unable to find on Google a definition of zonation in a planning context. It's only used in mineralogy and ecological studies. So I think we could probably find a simpler word to use in there, or a more recognizable word. But my question is on your pie charts. Are the numbers for 2020 based on timesheet records, or are they estimates?
Through the chair, they're very much estimates, but we did put a bit of time into to trying to make them as accurate as we could. There is a significant amount of time that's been dedicated by position to specific functions, and that made it a little bit easier.
Thank you. I believe planning should be a more active process. It often only reacts to proposals by developers. And in that context, under council expectations, I would like to see it be one of the expectations that long-range planning would monitor the development of commercial, retail, industrial versus residential, and perhaps propose active rezoning of areas if that gets out of balance. And I don't just mean the balance in the tax sense, but in the sense of creating enough jobs for people. And I think, yeah, that's all my comments on so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Chair, and this will be through you to our CAO, actually. So I'm struggling with understanding why we have a planning department and a long range, or now community planning department. And it's my impression, which I'm going to suggest is perhaps wrong, so that's why I'm looking for you to correct me. But would it not be healthier for our planners to all have a portion of this, and so that they can focus on short-term planning and as well as long-term planning, versus having a dedicated 2 staff members who are only doing long-term and dedicated staff members who are only doing short-term planning? So could you please comment on that, and why we are not just having one department and sharing the load of both short-term and long-term?
Thank you for the question. There's probably many different answers to that. From my perspective, from the individual's perspective, there's probably a good argument to split both development or current planning and long-term planning amongst all of the different employees who work at the city. That said, without a dedication to long-term planning that we have with the current individuals specified for those roles, much of that work would not get done in times of high development activity. And so I don't think there's one correct or incorrect answer. I think if council is, or if committee is desirous to move forward on some of our long-term planning initiatives, specific focus will need to be paid to it in times of strong current development. And on the foreseeable horizon, we are in a time of strong current development.
So just as a follow-up to that, Chair, do you, Mr. Earl, do you believe that we've positioned ourselves from a staff strength standpoint adequately? So for example, to actually have 2 staff members and a consultant all working on community planning seems a little exorbitant to me. But I could be wrong, because perhaps I don't understand the work.
It would be entirely a function of the degree to which committee and by extension council is comfortable with the pace of the long-term planning and the volume of long-term planning initiatives that are desired. It seems to me that the policy initiatives that are on council's plate currently are not actually being addressed by the volume of staff that we want. And so we are not getting ahead, but we're kind of treading water, if you will, in terms of what we're being able to deliver. So right now, from staff perspective, the volume of staff that we had needed to be increased to react specifically with COVID related policy response.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Day.
Thank you. Just looking at the report, which I do really appreciate, and I really appreciate the mayor's question, because it's certainly something that I also struggle with, but maybe in a slightly different way, because I mean, the development cycles are repetitive. After 20 years here, watching things happen, I am very aware that when development suddenly comes on board, there's a real scramble to meet their needs and the needs of the community. And then, you know, when we had the downtimes, we were supposed to be focusing on the longer range planning, and it just didn't happen. Everybody seemed to be catching up, you know, trying to catch their breath after having been incredibly busy at different times. And I've seen quite a few bursts of activity that have happened. I can't even count how many times I've been at council and we've said, okay, these are our best estimates, but we are being very conservative when it came to like building permits. And then when they come back and, yeah, we've blown those targets out of the water and we're moving forward again. So some of the work is really important, and having someone dedicated to it, I think is critical if we're going to take it seriously. Am I allowed to talk about council expectations?
You know, we're going to do it all in one shot here, Shintia. Yep, go right ahead.
Okay, excellent. So on my community or council expectations, I would like to advocate for the official community plan having some annual input from the community, because I've been through, I think, 3 official community plans now, and it always seems like there's so much activity when you're building the plan, and then it really falls off afterwards, and the engagement of the community is very important. So I would like to see that as an expectation, to continue to engage with the community on the plan. And we also heard our staff speaking about the safety of coastal developments and their qualifications, which I think is really important to us, as we have a number of significant challenges, both with climate change, sea level rise, and also historical land uses. So that safety of the developments is important to me. And I agree with Councillor Baxter on the monitoring of the development of commercial and industrial zones over and above residential zones, to ensure that we get the right mix. And we need to have somebody keeping track of that. What I am missing in the successes is some of the challenges. I appreciate that it's a forward-looking department that's working on some very specific things they've been tasked with, but there's also some opportunities when we identify our challenges of how we might do it differently. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. I see I have Councillor Baxter's hand up again, or is that just a repeat?
No, that was a response.
Okay.
So just in response to the question about the existence of the long-term planning department, not speaking to the number of people there, but it is only, I was very skeptical about this to begin with, and it's only since we've had that department that we've started to make real progress on heritage planning, arts, culture and recreation, and I think pretty much economic development, although more so the other two. And you know, nothing was happening with heritage planning except off the corner of somebody's desk at one time, and now we're making real progress. So I'm glad we've got it. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to question Mr. Borhill on the 2021 priorities, complete active transportation network plan. Did you indicate that was the 10-year sidewalk and bike lane plans that have been proposed for a while now?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So when do we expect those would be complete?
We're hoping before the end of Q2 2021.
Okay. So I think because we have 4 or 5 sections of long-range planning, that it's just going to drive us all nuts to go through 4 individual motions on each of 4 or 5 one of them. So I'm thinking that we're probably prepared to make the recommendation for all of long-range planning with under council expectations. We would add that long-range planning would monitor development of commercial and industrial lands as opposed to residential to ensure that we get the right balance. And also that the OCP to have annual input from the community. And if that was acceptable, and if somebody wanted to choose whether the service level was to be maintained, increased, or decreased, we could actually wrap this all up in one motion, which I know will make everybody happy. Councillor Kobayashi.
Well, Councillor Parkinson, you put that perfectly because that was my suggestion. Anyways, now you nailed the nail on the head on this. And I'm still a little, I guess and maybe this is for the next time, but it's very clear for all the other functions that long-range planning does. I had no problems with any of it. It was just this very first part of it was the long-range planning and what that actually meant. Because when I first looked at the successes, if you look at the first 2 bullets, they're not successes, they're the terms of reference for the department. And so I didn't see those as concrete successes, I guess, you know, if you know what I mean. They're not a verb and then here's what I did sort of thing. So, you know, things like looking at, you know, from a long range planning point of view, looking at those D&D lands, for example, right now, you know, which are right now we have zoned as industrial, which we don't even own. You know, maybe long range planning should be looking, I'm just doing an example, should we be looking at a future of trying to acquire these lands, you know, and then the fact that, you know, there's D&D lands that are being given over back to the First Nations over in Rural Roads. And obviously Rural Roads is trying to grab some of the land, you know, maybe do we want to be part of that discussion? I guess that's all long range plan, how I see it, but you know, what do I know on this? But you made your point, Councillor Parkinson. That's what I was going to suggest for the amendment.
So do you want to make that motion then?
I do want to make that motion.
And do you want the service level to be maintained, increased, or decreased?
TBD, I guess. Maintained right now.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Baxter.
I just want to ask staff if the point I made about monitoring the ratio between non-residential and residential could be assumed to be part of bullet 4 in council expectations. If so, I'm going to support the motion as is.
Yes, through the chair, I can see right now we're building the framework for a municipal intelligence unit that is using the best data that's available, not only through the census, but through third-party vendors. And we feel it's critical that if anyone understands our development sector and our land market, that we should really understand it best. We shouldn't be relying on folks like Colliers. So we're working towards this being a core service level that's just beginning right now.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Thank you.
Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Chair. I'm either going to ask you one of 2 things. Either I'll vote against the motion, or if you wish to sever it, just in regards to the service level for long-range planning. I personally, and my math could be wrong and staff can correct me, but it's my impression that we have 6 planners, 4 who are planning, and then 2 who are basically long-term. And I really don't think we need to have 2 long-term planners. So I will actually be encouraging a decrease, going down to 1 long-term planner, and then the shifting the other planner to more work that is presently needed. So so if you don't wish to sever it, Chair, I'll just vote against the entire motion. If you're willing to sever it, I will be voting against maintaining the current level.
So I'm happy to sever it if nobody has any concerns with that. So the whole motion, well, the first three sections of the motion, and not the maintain, or where's my next piece of paper, and not the and the section that we won't be voting on is for the community planning service area level of service be maintained. So with that, any further discussion? Seeing none, those opposed to the motion? Seeing none, it all passes. And then what we have next is a motion from, who wants to make a motion here? Mayor Martin.
Well, okay. I'm happy to make the motion, although I do believe that Councillor Kobayashi already made the motion to maintain. But I'm happy to make the motion to decrease if whichever the chair wishes to go with.
So my interpretation was that we deleted the last section where Councillor Kobayashi had suggested maintain it and voted on all the rest.
Yeah, well, we severed
that's
it.
Procedurally, you've severed it. Hopefully that's procedurally okay. Oh, I see. We've severed it, so now it still carries.
Correct.
You're probably correct, Mayor Martin. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Kobayashi that the service level be maintained. Is there any discussion on that motion, Mayor Martin?
No, I think I've said my piece.
Okay. Then I have Councillor Baxter.
I think we might be confusing here service levels and staffing levels. I think what we're being asked to do is to say whether the service levels as laid out in this document, in other words, the things that we want done, should be maintained or decreased or increased. I think perhaps the question of the number of staff it takes to do that is a separate issue that maybe should be discussed elsewhere.
Okay. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Baxter, only in that, we have seen that when things are really busy, certainly long-range planning has been deployed to work on development services as well. So by maintaining the service that we have, we are also maintaining our ability to redirect some staff to work on development services when our numbers are big. So I think that I personally want the long-range planning function to continue, but as we know, sometimes we have to put all hands on deck in a particular direction, like COVID has shown us. And I think we have that flexibility without any direction from council staff, bring that forward and say, hey, we've got so many development applications in that we need these hands going in this direction. And I think that has worked in the past.
Thank you. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Amat. There's an assumption made by Councillor Baxter and Councillor Day, and I would like staff to comment on it.
Who wants to handle that one? Mr. Borhill?
Sorry, what's the assumption?
That the motion talks about the service level as opposed to the staffing level in long-range planning.
So yeah, so the question, the assumption is that you are not addressing staffing questions in regards to the service level.
If the motion were to pass that the service level and long-range planning or community planning be decreased, administration would return to council seeking which projects you'd like to deprioritize or push into future years. The volume and pace of work would need to decline And so we would seek which particular functions and or pace of functions you would like to see prioritized and which ones you'd like to see lower.
Could I jump in, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So I think there's an issue here with respect to the distinction between current planning and long-range planning. And a lot of what we're doing, we're catching up with very fundamental bylaws and regulations that should have been updated 10, 20 years ago. And when I was director of planning, I really lamented the fact that our development function was hindered by not having these key documents updated and brought up to speed. So we got our OCP update in 2018, and you can look through that document. It calls for a real shift in terms of what this community is. It's shifting to a much more sophisticated and professional organization with respect to how City Hall manages different functions. And I would argue that a current planning and I guess what we're calling a community planning distinction is part and parcel with that community that is envisioned in the OCP. You can look to municipalities that grow to a stage that's around where we are. They have to have that distinction between development and current planning so that we can preserve that resource for those key documents. And I can say that that was the impetus for that restructuring that created the distinction. And as I said, it was, you can't separate the benefits between development and say long-range planning because they both feed into each other.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we're talking apples and oranges perhaps, but I think what the mayor is trying to ask, and I too have similar questions or I'm seeking clarity. We seem to have two separate planning departments. So if I were to look at an org chart, I would wonder the necessity or the way it's structured as far as why wouldn't future planning be at a desk beside current planning? It seems that would create a seamless environment as opposed to isolated two different parts of the org chart. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Mayor, but that's my read on this, and maybe that's the aspect we're seeking clarity on, not the need for the two separate functions.
So if we take the high level purpose of what we're doing here is to create draft sort of plans or ideas and thoughts on all the different service levels, I think I side with Michael on this one. I think what we're talking about is, do we think all the services laid out here are appropriate and necessary and good things to have? I still think there's stuff, probably echoing Mr. Borhill, stuff that's just still taking too damn long. The sidewalks and bike plans, and I know you guys are tired of me harping on we should build some sidewalks, but we're now another 6 months down the road before we go anywhere. So my interpretation here is that I would be supporting a maintenance of the service level because I think we need that. I don't think that necessarily speaks to the makeup of the department. I think there have been some good points raised here. Would it be beneficial to have planners working on some short range and some long range projects individually? Would that give us a stronger and better planning department versus having the two separate planning departments? I don't have the answer to that. I don't think we want to discuss it here today. I think we've certainly made that concern well and truly known to staff, and there probably will be some thoughts about that at some point. We can bring it back. But as far as the service review goes, frankly, I think we need all the stuff that's been talked about in this document here. So I'll be voting to maintain. And I see I have Councillor Kobayashi willing to jump in here again. Doug?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Parkinson. I guess just a food for thought here that I want everyone to think about right now. This is MBA 101 right here, organizational charts. And any organization, good foundational organization, is a three-legged stool. you have your operations, which is part of your planning. And then you have your governance, which is your finance and HR department and IT departments. And the third part of that stool is, you know, your business development or economic development is how I always look at this future planning. And so I just want to say that this function is required. I mean, maybe the things aren't laid out that way right now. And I agree with you, Councillor Parkinson, Mr. Chair, that yes, it is frustrating that there are a lot of future plans. And you know, one thing that I thought, one accomplishment I was hoping to have, you know, done before I leave council here is to have sidewalks started someplace, because there is a plan, but we just don't get, you know, I'm on your bus right now on that. But so I think that's really important. And I just sometimes think we're getting the cart before the horse here too, because there's some other issues that are upcoming right now. If you want to look at this from 30,000 feet, you know, we have to start looking at, you know, we haven't made the decision right now. There's memberships coming up due right now. For example, the South Island Prosperity Partnership right now, you know, and if should council decide that this isn't our bailiwick, then someone has to do that function. And so I guess this is why I support, we still need this economic development / business development leg in our stool for a good foundational organization. So I just thought I'd make that comment right now, and you know, and I'm going to stand behind. I just don't want to jump ahead and make conclusions right now. And you know, and it's not that I don't disagree with Councillor Jensen or Mayor Martin on this. You know, it has to be relooked at, but to arbitrarily at this point in time to say decrease this, I think we're cutting our own throats. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands, so I'm going to call a vote on the severed motion that calls for the service level and long range planning and policy area be maintained. Those in opposition? I have Mayor Martin in opposition. Motion passes. Okay, next we move on to heritage planning.
So just to clarify, we're going to be going through that same process for each of the remaining 4 sub areas.
Great, so yep.
Okay, so heritage planning, 2019 was a big year for a new direction with respect to our heritage function. So council asked for a reinvention of our heritage commission. And I would argue we have the best heritage commission in the province in terms of its complement of volunteers. And expectations flowing from that big shift included the strengthening of protections for built heritage, creation of opportunities to celebrate and promote intangible heritage, and to work with owners to preserve Colwood's built heritage, to work with the Heritage Commission to complete their heritage strategy, and to monitor community need for policy review and generation. So our successes in 2020 were to complete the Heritage Commission strategic plan, including a work plan between now and 2022, facilitation of and implementation of the Heritage Commission's revised heritage structure inventory list, and we completed a pre-qualification process for heritage consulting services, and we are currently working with a heritage consultant to bring a formal heritage inventory and potentially registry forward to council. So our biggest challenge this year was a lack of staff capacity, both at administrative and planner levels, to support heritage service function, including the resourcing of the Heritage Commission. We've got a really high-powered commission, and it's a challenge to fully leverage that. Our priorities for 2020 were to maintain service levels under that mandate that council set forth for our new heritage strategy, and to finalize the Heritage Commission strategic plan. Our 2021 priorities are to formalize the heritage inventory, as I mentioned, which could then go to create the basis of a registry, and to complete the heritage strategy. With that, I conclude my introduction of that section. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Borhill. Looking for comments, and again, on this one, at the end of the day, I'm going to be looking for one motion to cover all of it. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to speak in support of the work of the Heritage Commission. Mr. Borhill is correct. It's a pretty high-powered group with some tremendously qualified individuals. I personally have had a lot of commitments lately and haven't been able to attend some of the meetings because they're during the day. But the work that's been done to actually create something that that we can hang our hats on is quite amazing, and I don't see any particular things that need to be changed, except for like all of our committees, the struggle to meet our administrative needs of committee meetings is ongoing and ever present. And if we can find a way to facilitate that in a better way, that would be very worthwhile. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to suggest that the motion would be that the Finance and Governance Committee recommend to Council that the Heritage Planning Service Area be received and the amended successes and challenges / opportunities sections be included in the draft 2021 service review, and that the amended Council expectations sections of the Heritage Planning Service Area be included in the draft 2021 service review, and that the amended 2021 priority section of the Heritage Planning Service Area be included in the draft 2021 service review, and further that the Heritage Planning Area level of service be maintained in the draft 2021 service review. Who'd like to make that motion? Councillor Day. Any discussion on the motion? Go on twice. Any discussion on the motion? Any in opposition? Okay, that's passed. Moving right along to arts, culture, and recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you know, Colwood has a vibrant arts community. Arts, culture, and recreation play a role in creating a sense of place and identity. Our parks and waterfront have served as a backdrop for a variety of events showcasing local talent and offer opportunities for recreation. Current arts and culture policy includes cultural inclusivity, involvement, and partnerships. Much of the city's current arts and culture and recreation work is collaborative through partnerships with Juan-de-Fuca Performing Arts Center, West Shore Parks and Rec, the Greater Victoria Public Library, and the school district. To date, public art has typically resulted from development. Anticipated work includes an upcoming public art policy. You may recall seeing signage and even doing a survey. So since the spring, we have been undertaking work on our first ever Parks and Recreation Master Plan. It's now entering its final phase, and a draft will be in front of you for year end. Following completion, the policy document will shift into an implementation phase.
So thanks, Jill. I'll just go through the subsections that you're going to be deliberating on. So council's expectations as we put them forward are that the city seek to understand, support community need for recreation, arts, and cultural facilities, programming, and opportunities. The city deliver programs and services through partnership with organizations such as the Juan-de-Fuca Performing Arts Center Society, West Shore Parks and Recreation Society, and the Greater Victoria Public Library and the Sault School District. And lastly, targeted placemaking opportunities that are used to enliven and enhance the public realm through the integration of public art into infrastructure planning. Our successes this year in this area are the completion of the draft Parks and Recreation Plan, which is expected later this year. Challenges and opportunities are the need to create a new service area focused on parks and recreation strategy and high-level implementation of a parks and recreation master plan. And secondly, to leverage pre-qualified list of consultants to more nimbly apply contracted, that this is already been mentioned, but as I said, we've got a new approach to pre-qualifying consultants as an opportunity. In our 2020 priorities, it was the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, that's been mentioned. Our 2021 priorities are to develop a new public arts policy, implement the Parks and Recreation Plan through the creation of parks level management plans, as well as to work with the Juan de Fuca Performing Arts Center to determine the feasibility of a new arts center at the Island Highway site. That concludes that section.
Thank you. Once again, I think at the end of the day, we're going to have one motion to cover it all off. So discussion, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'm going to try to jump more quickly than I normally would because I know we're all getting tired. But my intent is to maintain the service levels that we have within the city now and plan for an increase of support. And I'm just going to speak to my reasoning for that. My reasoning is that of all of the participants in our community, COVID-19 has probably hit the arts more than any other area. And they mean a great deal to people. Many of you may know that for longer than I've been on council, I've been performing at senior centers. And probably about 25 years. And the COVID-19 reality is that that is no longer possible. And the reality for lots of artists and musicians is that their lives have been completely turned upside down, more than the tourism industry, more, and it doesn't matter how big or how small you are, their lives are upside down. People who are normally touring in Europe can't do it. So if there is one area in our community that needs additional support to recover from COVID-19 and to help the community live a happy and well-rounded life, because that's what the arts do for us, they're going to need more support. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, or maybe this is what I think is also required in the 2021 priorities. And I'm getting very confused now. Like, we fund a lot of people right now. Like, I think there was a standing grant we give West Shore Arts Council, and there was something in there for maybe the Coast Collective, I think, and there's a lot of other ones that are popping up all over the place. And I guess what irritates me a little bit is that I was reading in the paper about West Shore Arts and Cultural Council, putting on some things in Langford, and I think we contribute to them, and yet I've never seen anything organized for us. And and I know right now that the communications department is looking at having an events. We're hiring an events coordinator or something like that for communications to help out with the events, cultural or whatever arts events. And I'm just getting a little confused, and I'd like to see, here in this arts, culture, and recreation, like, it's focusing on what we're going to support and not support, like having those options. So I'd like them to sort that out right now, because I'm confused, like I said, and we don't get to see really what these other ones are doing for us because they're standing grants that we give. So I'd like to get that clarified actually in as part of their priorities in 2021. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Baxter?
Is staff able to give us a list right now of arts organizations that we currently fund?
Through the chair, we'd have to get back to you. It would be solely through the grant and aid process that's undertaken every year. And as council's aware, they're not significant dollars, but we could prepare a list based on the 2020 grant and aid spend.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Sorry, Michael, didn't mean to cut you off. Just as an aside, is that one of the things that will come as part of this draft service review? Would that be, would our grant program be a subject of discussion at one of these meetings?
Not the specifics of who you grant to. The service review process could provide commentary on how you go through the process, but not who you grant to. But we have captured Councillor Kobayashi's ask that within this document, we craft an inventory of who we have historically supported and for what purpose.
Okay, but a discussion along the lines of, you know, do we throw all our money at arts or throw all our money at youth mental health or youth, you know, whatever it may be? Would that be a discussion, or would we still do it sort of shotgun approach?
The tradition is that councils each year take an environmental scan of where the gaps are in the community and apply resources appropriately.
Thank you for that. Councillor Day again.
Sorry, just wanted to, I sent you a little message, but the Arts Council supports artists by providing assistance to many different groups. And the Arts Council operates throughout the West Shore. The Coast Collective is one specific gallery that was an initiative of local artists who got together and applied for a grant and aid, and that grant and aid supported one gallery in one location. There were a number of programs where they worked with the school districts and council to bring both the young artists and the older artists together. The Coast Collective has closed, and they don't have a formal venue anymore in Colwood. They have some informal connections still operating, but no formal ones.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're probably ready for a motion. Amanda, can we just make the motion and you can fill in the words instead of me reading it out and trying to change arts, culture, and recreation with whatever I'm reading it from?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I would like somebody to make the motion and decide whether they want the service level in arts, culture, and recreation to be maintained, increased, or decreased. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Day.
Happy to move the recommendation and that the current service levels be maintained.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, those in opposition? That motion passes. Okay, roaring right along, environmental sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we specifically use the term environmental here to separate other types of work in the field of sustainability, because we're trying to focus this at that function that doesn't live in the other four areas specific to environmental protection and how we can live sustainably within our local environment. So council expectations as we put forward in this document are as follows: to implement the actions flowing from council's declaration of a climate emergency, including the implementation of a low carbon resiliency plan, monitoring of community need for a new policy of review and generation, and lastly, to support third-party groups, including Citizens Environment Network in Colwood and the Esquimalt Lagoons Stewardship Initiative. Our greatest success this year is completion of the Together for Climate adaptation strategy document in partnership with Equally Canada, which we are situating as phase 1 of the low carbon resiliency plan that'll be completed next year. And this document is being forwarded to council later in November. Our challenges and opportunities as we see them currently are lack of capacity to implement the climate emergency actions. For example, the call for us to adopt a climate implication section in reporting. Structural challenges relating to the city's relationship with Esquimalt Lagoon Stewardship Initiative. We feel there's some big opportunities to improve the clarity on how reporting their governance and purpose are crystallized. And lastly, there's an opportunity to leverage community initiatives such as the Citizens Environment Network in Colwood to assist in environmental planning and public outreach. We've really been quite thankful to have their input, and we feel that if we can be creative, we can really leverage that group, particularly in supporting the city's work. So our 2020 priorities were to work collaboratively with the CRD to address LC issues. So we've had several meetings with the management at CRD responsible for LC, and we've got some good, some progress there. Just some challenges with respect to their staff having some significant turnover in the last year. Our 2021 priorities are to complete phase 2 of the low carbon resiliency plan, which would include a community greenhouse gas inventory and determination of the best way we could approach mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. And then lastly, under the 2021 priorities is to implement our outstanding actions called for by the Climate Emergency Declaration. So we're really suggesting that the city focus on the climate file for 2021. And that concludes my introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Borhill. Any comments? Councilor Kobayashi.
Through the chair, just pardon my ignorance on this. I know what it stands for now, LC. So I don't quite understand. Is it like a city committee or is it a citizen committee? Like, what's its role? Like, I don't understand this actually. I don't know what I'm voting on here. So could someone answer that question for me? Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chair, I can tackle that one. So LC was a body that flowed from the core liquid waste management plan agreement. So it basically created a new service that the CRD was given the right to provide to member municipalities in terms of stewarding specific areas of the waterfront. So there's a couple of these initiatives now that are administered by CRD staff, one of which is focused at Esquimalt Lagoon. So they have a terms of reference that we find problematic because of a lack of clarity. Your confusion is shared by staff. So at this point, the governing documents of LC really have it reporting to a CRD staff person, a manager, as opposed to it being reporting to a political body. So that's one of the challenges we're trying to work through. And there's also there isn't an understanding as how LC's recommendations come forward to Colwood Council. We think we really need to tighten up their terms of references to how that happens so that we can fully take advantage of the resources that are going into this body and hopefully get some good strategic guidance as to how we should be managing that area of Colwood.
Thank you. You good, Doug?
Thank you. It makes it a little clearer, but still pretty muddy to me, but thank you.
Well, I think that was the answer. It is muddy. Councillor Day.
Thank you. And yes, it's a very muddy history. And it goes back a very long time to when the Esquimalt Lagoon was, it had some very terrible algal blooms and sewage problems, and LC comes under, I think, their harbors and watershed program at CRD. It was further complicated by a number of residents in the area who formed a different committee with a similar acronym. It was the ELEA, Esquimalt Lagoon Enhancement Association. And a lot of good has come out of some muddy water in the past. We had significant CRD dollars put forward towards some environmental stewardship initiatives in our backyard, which was welcomed by some and not by others. And there's been a lot of years intervening. But regardless, they have contributed a lot to making people aware of some of the fabulous features of Esquimalt Lagoon. I think that all of the committees at the CRD are starting into a process of being reviewed. The Family Court and Youth Justice was also subject of a review, one of the first ones to be reviewed. So there's lots of heads looking at how to do those issues. But Elsie, basically when Colwood had no funding to really give out information, they brought lots of colorful pamphlets and information for people in the area, which was at least scientifically based, if somewhat not asked for by those of us who were here. But the area of environmental sustainability, I think, is very important for Colwood. And I like that they weren't, staff were not shy about outlining some of the challenges in that area, especially within our own organization. It's very hard to quantify, but I'm confident that we can get to a level of comfort where our climate implications can become part of our reporting. And that might be by having to do some organizational learning in terms of how to encapsulate that in a way that works. So I am quite happy that we are still working on this, because everything that's in our OCP is underpinned by the community's desire to have and maintain their access to a beautiful waterfront and incredible flora and fauna. So I think that is very much reflected back to us by our community. And we need to ensure that there is no negative impact to that beauty that we value so much. So I think that the area of environmental sustainability should be maintained. And as we identify ways to make it work better, there may be a case to be made for improvements in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Yes, the Colwood Together for Climate Adaptation Strategy, when was that completed and has it been to council?
Through the chair. So the document was completed just around Halloween, and it will go to council on November 16th.
Thank you.
Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, more to Councillor Kobayashi's point, now that some of the issues have been dealt with that Councillor Day had illuminated, I do wonder what the relevance of LC is now. And I know there has been some disagreement between LC and members of council in terms of usage of the waterfront, and as we chose to animate that area a little bit more. So I don't know if it's a challenge or opportunity to understand kind of what value LC brings to Colwood. that is different than perhaps the sophistication that exists on the Shoreline Committee or some of the things that the Shoreline Committee is looking at and trying to prevent some duplication of service. So I often wonder if what Elsie is advocating for is something that we certainly have the ability to look after within our own four walls within the city. So I did never understand what Elsie really was focused on, really, in the last number of years, and so I think it's important that we take a look at that function with a critical eye. Now that some of the issues like sewage have been addressed in the lagoon, and we'll go from there. I'm not sure that it's a priority. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Logan. I'm happy to hear I'm not the only one who's been a little befuddled by Elsie and who they are and what they do. A little clarity here today. Thank you. Let me ask a question. At the risk of being slightly off topic and perhaps dragging this out a little bit, I support third-party groups, including the Citizens Environmental Network in Colwood. Seems like a great group, obviously some talented people there. But, we have the Waterfront Committee where we go to a big rigmarole to ask people to apply and to choose people and set up a formal committee. We have the same, I think, with the Heritage Committee where the council took the lead, established a committee for its need and went away. We have this committee now that we seem to be supporting and joined at the hip with, and yet it's the citizens who create one and come along without a process, much like Royal Bay Homeowners or Royal Bay Community Association. How do we differentiate? Like I understand if the city sets up a committee, then it's a city committee and we have obligations and enthusiasm and all that kind of stuff. Who can strike a committee in this town, and how tight does that make them with the city? That's probably not the right time to discuss it here, but it's just while we're on this Elsie topic, it seemed relevant to me. I don't know if anybody's got a quick answer to that or if we should leave it for another day.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I would argue this is absolutely the right place to have this discussion.
Okay.
The reality is we have not supported the 5 different bodies that community planning is responsible for sufficiently. We just haven't had the staff resources to really do justice to all those different committees, commissions, and now the new Economic Prosperity Roundtable meeting series. So we're spread thin there. If you want us to pull back from supporting third-party groups, by all means, please let us know. And just to give you an idea how much time that we're putting into the relationship, what do you think, Joe? We're probably talking about a week, a year total. Yeah, half a day a month. In terms of liaising with the Scenic and other similar third parties.
Well, I guess it just depends how many are out there, isn't it? Okay. Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was along the same lines in advance of your comments there. It concerns me that we get involved with third-party communities, and I wonder what kind of bona fides or what kind of vetting. There are groups out there that I personally and we as a city may not want to at least coordinate with. So I do think it's a far better option, as Councillor Parkinson has suggested, that people be invited to join committees that fall within our jurisdiction and are regulated by our own charters, what have you, whatever we develop as a council and as staff. So that is a concern of mine as well. And I just wonder if it should be removed as a priority. Even I think we can frame it in that we welcome input from community groups, but I would suggest that going so far as to suggest that we work with them or collaborate with them or take requests on their behalf, that be limited or mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, just so we're all clear, I know that Scenic is a committee of citizens that the city has did not create and is not part of and doesn't support financially. And I'm not sure why the word support is even in there. The city should be willing to talk to any of its citizens, whether they come as groups or whether they come individually. And I think the city is, but I think support is a bit of an ambiguous and perhaps misleading word there. So I think that should be changed.
Mr. Chair, might we, staff suggest a change to from support to liaise, acknowledging that that was our intention, really that liaison piece. And with respect to scenic, I just remind committee that when they came forward as a delegation to council on 2 occasions, that council endorsed staff integrating their input into ongoing planning documents, such as the parking bylaw update, as well as the, sorry, go ahead. Parking rec master plan. So they're doing good work, and we feel it's important to continue to support that through a liaison function.
Okay. Councillor Day next. Sorry, you were finished, Michael?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Councillor Day?
No problem. I think that it's a slippery slope, and I know that we've just been talking about Elsie, which is a completely different situation. Elsie was created through the Capital Regional District as a committee of theirs, and then Colwood was invited to participate. Scenic is a group of citizens in Colwood who are concerned about the environment. So saying that you don't want to liaise with your constituents, I think would be a poor example. I think there may be groups that we have occasion to choose, not to raise them up because of some actions, but these are some of the best people in our community. They're regularly out broom bashing and planting trees and doing good things. So I think that we want volunteers in our community, and we want people to engage with us. And we want to be relevant, not autocratic. So I hope that we continue to liaise. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Day. I see Mr. Molnar has raised his hand. Brent?
Just in speaking about Scenic, thank you very much, and to the group through the chair. Scenic has shaved countless hours of staff time for this year and last year's in being able to physically map out some of our missing trail connectivity and being very, very subtle in the request for how to improve that connectivity for the betterment of all of the citizens of Colwood. We're starting to implement their signage plan to do that, connectivity goals on signs and street posts and all of that sort of stuff. I find that they're a very, very soft contributor to improving our municipality. Thank you.
I don't think anybody saying anything here any different than that. It's just a curious situation. Councillor Jansen.
Sorry, I think we've flogged this horse. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I think we have a motion that we could make. If I could again ask Amanda to make all the correct changes to the wording on the main motion. Under council expectations, I think we have we have agreement to change in the third bullet, support to liaise with third-party groups, including instead of support. And I also think under 2021 priorities, I heard agreement to review the need for Elsie. That sort of meet with everybody's belief what we talked about. And okay, Councillor Jansen's hand is up, but I'm going to put it down because that's just me.
I did put it back up again to make the motion, your Mr. Chair.
Okay, moved by Councillor Jansen. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, those in opposition. That motion as amended passes. Thank you. Service area economic development. This is it. Last one today
Okay, thank
for
you,
a couple
Mr.
of hours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Rachel Crosby speaking. Economic development is a critical part of community planning mandate. And as Council is aware, through the Economic Recovery Programme, our focus has been on community recovery. As stated in our Economic Recovery Plan, actions undertaken due to COVID-19 have been designed not just to have an immediate benefit, but to help develop the foundation of an economic development programme to meet the challenge of building back better. Two core aspects of this programme have been building relationships with our business owners and building connections with our strategic partners and community groups. We are at the very early stages of getting to know our business community and to understand their needs and the unique challenges that they are facing at this time. This, of course, is an evolving process. Initiatives we have implemented, like the Sandwich Board Initiative, the business and website assessment processes, have been well received and have generated goodwill. Both prosperity tables were well received, and everything we are hearing tells us that the business community wants to engage with the municipality, to participate in Colwood's recovery, and to support the city in its endeavours. Regarding building connections with strategic partners and community groups, the diversity of projects contained in the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Programme has allowed us to build on connections with our strategic partners and community groups. We are in regular and semi-regular contact with the following organisations and groups to develop and implement the many faceted aspects of this programme. So, for example, the Chamber of Commerce, the CRD, WorkLink, School District 62, the City of Langford, Colwood Garden Society, and the Goldstream Food Bank. Successes we have had so far, I would include the flu vaccination clinics. By the end of next weekend, we will have vaccinated more than 1,000 West Shore residents. The information collected on attendees at the first flu clinic showed that we are benefiting a diverse cross-section of the community. For example, we had 88 people who were 65 years and older, 59 folks with medical conditions, 84 workers essential for reopening, and 49 children. Another success, we've also submitted grant applications for 2 capital infrastructure projects, the Galloping Goose Overpass and the Painter Road Sidewalk and Bicycle Lane construction projects, which we've entitled the Safe Route to School project. And this concludes my introduction. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I'll just go into the expectations, successes, challenges, and priorities that were listed in the report. So council expectations that we've developed for this sub area are that they establish the environment for economic development flowing from the economic development strategy, reduce the risk of associated with development from the economic development strategy, reduce the cost of private sector development, once again from the ECDEV strategy, to work with partners, as Rachel outlined, for the delivery of economic development services, and to build a foundation for expanded and impactful economic development service post-pandemic. This is going to be done hopefully by aggressively pursuing economic recovery under the Build Back Better principle post-COVID-19. Our successes include the first recovery plan to be adopted within our region and one of the first nationwide. The COVID-19 recovery tactics, which are working directly to nurture economic development, environment, and reduce private sector risk, as Rachel outlined. Our 5-year business class tax shift, working directly to establish the economic development environment. The light industry tax shift, working to support the success of the Allendale district and the attraction of businesses like Victoria Shipyards to Colwood. The completion of the housing needs assessment report in partnership with the CRD. Increased economic development service levels to implement the recovery plan and new quarterly economic prosperity roundtables. The successful attraction of Royal BC Museum to Royal Bay. I should note that these are really successes within the economic development function as opposed to any one department. The new school site at Royal Bay that was established, and the Colwood is Calling campaign that's elevating the profile of Colwood throughout the region. Our challenges and opportunities include uncertainties surrounding the future course of the pandemic and the required policy response by the city. Opportunities include that we can better leverage current relationships with partners such as the South Island Prosperity Partnership and the Chamber of Commerce. And lastly, under this section, that there's an opportunity to maintain the momentum of the Colwood is Calling campaign. So we're looking at how we could do that into next year. Our 2020 priorities were the COVID recovery plan implementation, the attainment of grant funding, continued, now into 2021 priorities, the continued support of the community through the implementation and refinement of the COVID-19 recovery plan, the creation of a new municipal demographic and econometric unit service. Lastly, to build connections between the Colwood business and development sectors through the implementation of the economic prosperity roundtables, for which themes have been set now through the end of 2021. That concludes my introduction. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Borjo. Comments? Questions? Coffee? Councillor Jansen.
I will move the anticipated recommendations from top to bottom.
What do you want to say about the service level? Maintain, increase, or decrease?
We'll maintain that.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor from Councillor Jansen. Do you want to motivate? Because nobody else is sticking a hand up.
No motivation required.
Think we're done here, eh? We're out of gas. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I declare that motion passed. Anything you want to say, Gordy? Oh, Councillor Jansen.
I move adjournment.
I beat you.
I said it first.
All right. See y'all in a couple hours. Thanks all.
See you
Thanks for your help,
later.
everybody.